so I hope that time of the month ain't you. Yeah. I think we right on schedule. But you know I'm busy, I gotta check my schedule. How much you pay the trouble? Hey, your new nigga ain't on my level. I bet I told you I'm special. You can't let go till I let you. I know I promised to pencil you in, but I'm hoping to borrow your pencil. I think we right on schedule. Don't act like you busy. You know I know your schedule. Yeah. I think we right on schedule. That fire's in your eyes and look just like the devil. How do you never get tired? I sit there and listen while you just look at me and say I'm a liar. I ain't got time for it, but for you I'ma make time. Arguing all day, just to make up in the late night. We just gotta let it go. Girl, it's just me and you. So damn immature. Check my schedule. How much you play the rebel? Hey, your new nigga ain't on my level. I thought I told you I'm special. You can't let go till I let you. I know I promised to pencil you in, but I'm hoping to borrow your pencil. Hey. I think we right on schedule. Don't act like you busy. You know I know your schedule.
ETC Los Lagos, el espacio de encuentro transmedia que durante 3 días nos hará compartir, conocernos y dialogar sobre emprendimiento y territorio creativo. El día de hoy lo dedicaremos a territorio creativo, al ecosistema donde los creadores y creativos desarrollan sus talentos, el entorno que valora, protege y acoge a los emprendedores creativos. Porque las economías creativas persiguen el desarrollo sostenible, es decir, mejor distribución de las riquezas, diversifican la matriz productiva, tal como dice Alex Paredes en su libro Diversificar. De las empresas creativas de la región de los lagos, 1/3 tiene como principal actividad la formación y producción, mientras que los otros 2/3 tienen su mayor dedicación en difusión y distribución. UNESCO ha nombrado a 246 ciudades creativas, de las cuales en 2017 Frutillar se torna la primera ciudad chilena creativa de la música. Y el año pasado se sumó también Valparaíso. Sean todos ustedes invitados a escuchar a Charles Landry, el máximo componente de las ciudades creativas, Ana Carla Fonseca y a Caroline Curet entre los invitados para hoy. Así es como damos por iniciado el segundo día de ETC Los Lagos 2020. Disfruten. Hola, ¿cómo están? Quiero invitarlos a todos, decirles bienvenidos a ETC Los Lagos, el espacio de encuentro transmedia que durante 3 días nos hará compartir, conocernos y dialogar sobre emprendimiento y territorio creativo. El día de hoy lo dedicaremos a territorio creativo, al ecosistema donde los creadores y creativos desarrollan sus talentos, el entorno que valora, protege y acoge a los emprendedores creativos. Porque las economías creativas persiguen el desarrollo sostenible, es decir, mejor distribución de las riquezas, diversifican la matriz productiva, tal como dice Alex Paredes en su libro Diversificar. De las empresas creativas de la región de los lagos, 1/3 tiene como principal actividad la formación y producción, mientras que los otros 2/3 tienen su mayor dedicación en difusión y distribución. UNESCO ha nombrado a 246 ciudades creativas, de las cuales en 2017 Frutillar se torna la primera ciudad chilena creativa de la música. Y el año pasado se sumó también Valparaíso. Sean todos ustedes invitados a escuchar a Charles Landry, el máximo componente de las ciudades creativas, Ana Carla Fonseca y a Caroline Curet entre los invitados para hoy. Así es como damos por iniciado el segundo día de ETC Los Lagos 2020. Disfruten. Hola, ¿cómo están? Quiero invitarlos a todos, decirles bienvenidos a ETC Los Lagos, el espacio de encuentro transmedia que durante 3 días nos hará compartir, conocernos y dialogar sobre emprendimiento y territorio creativo. El día de hoy lo dedicaremos a territorio creativo, al ecosistema donde los creadores y creativos desarrollan sus talentos, el entorno que valora, protege y acoge a los emprendedores creativos. Porque las economías creativas persiguen el desarrollo sostenible, es decir, mejor distribución de las riquezas, diversifican la matriz productiva, tal como dice Alex Paredes en su libro Diversificar. De las empresas creativas de la región de los lagos, 1/3 tiene como principal actividad la formación y producción, mientras que los otros 2/3 tienen su mayor dedicación en difusión y distribución. UNESCO ha nombrado a 246 ciudades creativas, de las cuales en 2017 Frutillar se torna la primera ciudad chilena creativa de la música. Y el año pasado se sumó también Valparaíso. Sean todos ustedes invitados a escuchar a Charles Landry, el máximo componente de las ciudades creativas, Ana Carla Fonseca y a Carolyn Curet entre los invitados para hoy. Así es como damos por iniciado el segundo día de ETC Los Lagos 2020. Disfruten.
¿Sí? Cuando termine el video. Ahora, al aire. Hola, ¿cómo están todas y todos? Bienvenidos a etcloslagos.cl, desde aquí, desde el Teatro del Lago, con una vista hermosa, un nuevo día de sol, más tardecito. Hoy día sí que le vamos a mostrar este lago precioso con sus, con sus volcanes. Así que quiero saludar a mi amigo José. ¿Cómo estás, querido?
Muy buenos días, Alex. Bienvenidos a todos los que nos están viendo, a todos los que nos van a ver también, porque queda todo registrado en la página web de etcloslagos.cl, el encuentro de emprendimientos y territorios creativos de los lagos 2020. Hoy día tenemos un día increíble. El día de hoy, como bien decía en la introducción Sergio Lagos, va a estar dedicado a los territorios, al desarrollo territorial. El desarrollo territorial principalmente está vinculado a poner a las industrias creativas y la cultura al centro del desarrollo local y pensar cómo es que esto podemos hacer que movilice el desarrollo sostenible de nuestras ciudades. Las industrias creativas, como Alex bien sabe y ha escrito a propósito de eso, una de las aportan significativamente al desarrollo sostenible de los territorios. Entonces, pensar cómo desde los territorios podemos movilizar las industrias del territorio que sea, desde Arica, a Punta Arenas o en otros lugares, efectivamente, y acá en la región de los lagos lo estamos haciendo sistemáticamente y significativamente. Alex.
Sí, así es. Construir ecosistemas que soporten, apoyen y cuiden cariñosamente al emprendimiento creativo es la clave. Y esos ecosistemas se logran cuando hay voluntades tanto del público o del sector público como del sector privado. Y por eso que queremos también ahora darle las gracias y darle a conocer a ustedes quiénes son los que apoyan este ecosistema que se está formando de emprendimiento creativo en el territorio de los lagos. Eh, por supuesto, en primer lugar a Corfo, porque a través de sus instrumentos nos permite, bueno, nos permite hacer esto, ¿cierto? Nos permite que todo esto no podamos financiarlo. También el Ministerio de la Cultura, el Arte y el Patrimonio, ¿cierto? A través de la Seremía de Cultura. Y, bueno, Planeas, que es la empresa donde estamos trabajando y donde hacemos que haya un equipo tan bonito que le pone mucho corazón a esto. Plades también, ¿cierto? Como nuestros socios, nuestros primos hermanos. Siempre nosotros decimos la broma de que somos la dupla Pla, ¿no? Plades, Planeas. Bueno, Pro Chile, Cernatur, el PTI creativo de los lagos Yanquihue, el teatro, el lago, ¿cierto? El Teatro del Lago, Fundación, Semana Frutillar Semanas musicales de Frutillar, ahí está bien dicho, la Municipalidad de Frutillar y nuestro media partner, que son Bio la Radio, Sube la Radio y Mi Chile, Mucha Media, que ahora vamos a ver un tráiler que lo va a comentar José, Doble Impacto, Chile Música, Mentores Creativos, Like Friend, CAB, Evolución, entre otros que nos están apoyando en toda esta jornada.
Hoy día, amigos, les tenemos un regalo. Vamos a empezar la mañana con un regalo. Y este regalo principalmente tiene que ver con que, como ya hemos dicho, Frutillar fue nominado Ciudad Creativa de la UNESCO el 2017. Desde entonces, y gracias a la gran trayectoria que Frutillar tiene en torno a la música particularmente, Mucha Media, nuestras amigas de Mucha Media, realizaron un bellísimo documental y ahora los dejamos con el tráiler de este documental para que le puedan echar un vistazo.
Cuando yo supe de esta nominación de Frutillar como ciudad creativa de la música por la UNESCO, se me prendió la luz de que quiero estar ahí.
Tiene los elementos Frutillar a nivel natural, tiene un paisaje privilegiado. Puedes crear muchísimas cosas.
Me encanta Frutillar porque en comparación a Santiago es chico pero por ser chico puedes andar libre.
Yo siempre pienso que nosotros somos trova, somos montaña y mar, canto emocional. Y insisto, creo que Frutillar demuestra que se pueden hacer cosas y se puede vivir de la música.
Esta región de madera, de paisajes, de lagos, de agua, es como que invitan a la música clásica, porque la música clásica yo creo que se ha generado gracias a mucho de esto. Qué importante es eso, lograr tener una identidad que vaya de acuerdo con la naturaleza que tenemos aquí alrededor, ¿no?
La música es para todo el mundo porque la vida es música y la música es vida.
Increíble el trabajo de Mucha Media. Felicitaciones a las chiquillas de Mucha Media que hicieron esto posible, gracias al aporte también de un montón de socios de la región de los lagos y de Chile. Ahora tenemos con ustedes a un invitado muy, muy especial, quizás uno de los mayores especialistas en el tema de ciudades creativas en el mundo. Él se llama Charles Landry. Charles Landry es un destacado urbanista, orador y asesor, facilitador de proyectos de cambio urbano que ha desarrollado asesorías y charlas en más de 60 países. ¿Qué hubo?
Ahí tenemos que llegar.
Ahí tenemos que llegar. Es el aclamado autor del libro La ciudad creativa, que hace ya tiempo puso el tema sobre la mesa, el tema de las ciudades creativas. ¿Qué son las ciudades creativas? ¿Cómo se construyen las ciudades creativas? Charles, ¿estás con nosotros? ¿Estás ya preparado? Are you there?
I'm ready. I'm listening to your Spanish. It's great. Yes. I want to share a screen if possible. Can I share a screen?
I think we can hear you.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Good.
Okay.
Here is my screen.
Yes, we can see your screen. Welcome,
Good.
and thank you for being here with us, Charles.
That's fine. So when do you want me to start?
You can start right now. Welcome to
Okay.
Frutillar. You are on the
Ready,
screen.
steady, go.
Go.
I'm so sorry I'm not with you in Chile. But anyway, here we are. Off we go. I'm going to talk about the Creative City agenda, its past, its present, and where it might go. And these are the big questions I've been asking myself for many years. And let's remember, there have always been creative places. This is a picture of Siena, but you can think of many all around the world. The big difference today, the novelty 35 years ago, was that how do you self-consciously become and be a creative city? And that's different from places.
Y eso es distinto dependiendo de los lugares. Ser creativo y no pensar en ello. La creatividad siempre importa y siempre se tiene que ver con el contexto. Piensen en la pandemia del siglo XIX, donde el cólera cambió la forma en que funcionaban las ciudades y generaron muchas innovaciones. Pero ahora pensamos en hoy, lo que ocurrió en el Reino Unido a fines de los 80, lugares que bajaban, las industrias se destruían. La industria de Glasgow, donde colapsó esta industria de barcos, lugares que se convirtieron en esto, pobreza, destrucción, simplemente problemas en todos lados. Esto es Liverpool. Liverpool se cerraron el puerto y prácticamente desaparecieron. Y eso fue un legado de lo que se puede hacer. Y grandes de esos cambios generaron un cambio también en China y afectó todo, la producción en China, las industrias, y llevó a muchos aspectos distintos. La flecha bajó, menos empleos, menos dinero, menos trabajo, menos fábricas, entre otras cosas. Y muchos lugares, por supuesto, que cerraron sus negocios. Esto requería repensar lo que se estaba haciendo, especialmente porque muchas de las mejores personas estaban escapando de estas ciudades pensando dónde puedo hacer una fortuna. Y el desafío era y es el desafío de las ciudades creativas, atraer a las personas a que vuelvan, especialmente en los lugares más pequeños, que no tienen todos los beneficios. Esto tuvo un efecto psicológico también, porque las personas pensaban, Dios mío, ¿quién soy? ¿Cómo puedo sobrevivir? Y afectó la identidad de las personas. Las compras en Belfast, como por ejemplo acá esta tienda en Belfast, llamada identidad, esto cambió. La identidad era clave. Por lo tanto, muchas personas en todo el mundo pensaron, existe un plan B, existe alguna otra forma de hacerlo. ¿Y cuál es la idea básica de la ciudad creativa en una oración? Es cómo crear las condiciones para las personas, para que piensen, planifiquen y actúen con imaginación para resolver problemas y crear oportunidades. Entonces se preguntaron, estos lugares que estaban en baja, ¿cuáles son nuestros recursos? Y lo que decían esencialmente era, la cultura es quien somos, eso es lo que tenemos. Y la creatividad, si es que aspiramos a ello, es en lo que nos podemos convertir. Inicialmente el enfoque estaba puesto en las artes y cultura, actividades culturales, pero también la idea más grande de cultura, la actitud, los hábitos. Luego se construyó evidencia de que estos actores eran muy importantes. Ustedes saben todo lo que tiene que ver con los impactos directos e indirectos, los vuelcos, entre otras cosas, también las interconexiones de estas actividades artísticas y culturales. Y puedo mencionarlas, cambiaron la imagen, se crearon trabajos simbólicos, todos este tipo de cosas. ¿Y saben ustedes cuáles son estos actores? Filmes, fotografías, shows de todos los tipos, asuntos relacionados con la escritura también, presentándolos, libros, entre otras cosas. Con el tiempo la gente se empezó a dar cuenta, este es un sector real, que no solamente es voluntario o para la ganancia, sino que también, tanto para la ganancia como no para ella, hay una colaboración entre hombres. Se creó la primera universidad de música popular y de industria de la música. Ese es un punto interesante. Quienes los lideran es una persona de negocio, pero también un músico. Estos fueron los desarrollos que se dieron en todo el mundo. Pero la evidencia que se construía era que este sector estaba creciendo cada vez más. Y aún más grande cuando piensas en todos los elementos en conjunto y piensas en el diseño gráfico que ayuda a la música y la música ayuda a los filmes y todos estos sectores se conectan. En Londres, por ejemplo, 14% de la economía depende de este sector. En otros lugares es quizás un 5%, no lo sé, pero por supuesto, lo que ocurrió ahora cuando la pandemia nos llegó, todo cayó abruptamente. No puedes hacer esto, esto es donde vivo, una performance que se hizo donde vivo. Mi hija, que pueden ver ahí en el aire, parte de un circo, eso también se detuvo. Todos estos shows no pueden ocurrir en público, celebraciones, comida, todo ese tipo de cosas. Y este es el desafío más grande, porque hay lugares donde sí se puede generar la distancia social. Es difícil llevar a cabo reunirse. Y es aquí donde el sector de economía creativa, junto con el sector de tecnología, encontrarán innovaciones para unirnos nuevamente. Eso espero y creo que lo hará. Algunos sectores, como el mundo virtual, han sufrido, pero no tanto. Están bien, de hecho, se han expandido dramáticamente en este periodo. y otros como el sector de las artesanías. Este es el sector donde Damien Hirst hace sus trabajos y su estudio. Han sobrevivido en la producción. Y los artistas públicos cerca de donde vivo hacen distintos trabajos cada 3 semanas y en vez de decir la cuarentena de todo mi pueblo, y bajó nuestra suerte después de eso. La unión entre estos sectores y la regeneración física de estos lugares fue clave. Este es un lugar maravilloso que deben ver, Favada en Sicilia, y Favada, a través de las artes y la cultura, revitalizaron el lugar. De abajo hacia arriba, hace 10 años no habían turistas, ahora tienen más de 100.000. Hace 10 años habían solo 6 camas, ahora hay 600 camas en los hoteles. Eso aumenta, es un modelo en el mundo, es uno de los ejemplos. Este es más famoso, esto es Liverpool. Esto se modificó a una galería. Todo esto es conocido y es lo que la gente ha utilizado. Los efectos instrumentales, es provocativo y también genera otras cosas para hacerte pensar. Pero lo que hizo, por cómo funcionan las artes con las personas y cómo funcionan las industrias creativas, operan con portafolios. Así que recibes nuevos espacios para trabajar, como esta sala de caos, como le llaman en el sur de Suecia. Y este es el típico lugar que modifican, por ejemplo, una iglesia, que luego se convierte en un centro de startup. Todos ustedes en la audiencia lo conocen. Y reacciona ante esta forma más corporativa de funcionar, que no permitía a las personas quizás expresarse de la mejor manera posible. Eran estos lugares aislados donde estaba solo. Pero no son solo las artes cuando hablamos sobre las ciudades creativas. Siempre hay una historia más grande. Y esta se trata de desarrollar una cultura comprensiva de creatividad, una en la que piensas en la creatividad social, científica, en el área de los negocios y mi última obsesión, creatividad burocrática. Porque solo puedes hacer funcionar una ciudad si es que la administración pública también está involucrada en esto, porque ellos tienen una influencia en muchos aspectos. Así que en esencia, la ciudad creativa conecta 3 cosas. Es una triada: creatividad, cultura y la ciudad. Y se trata de explorar cómo puede, de manera positiva, estas olas de transformación urbana. Y la idea, en su origen, es que se intenta hacer un cambio de paradigma en cómo aprovechas la imaginación colectiva de los lugares. No solamente los artistas, sino que otras personas que también son muy interesantes. En esencia es un ethos que empodera. Todos podemos ser más imaginativos de lo que pensamos. Y discute también que la gente ordinaria puede hacer que ocurra lo extraordinario si se le da la oportunidad. Y existe un cierto ciclo de creatividad. Se comienza con ser curioso. Si el lugar es curioso, puede que tenga imaginación y algunas ideas. Y algunas de esas ideas pueden ser creativas. Y a partir de esas ideas creativas, quizás 10 de ellas, solo 2 o 3 realmente se convierten en una invención. Y eso puede generar una innovación que lleva nuevamente a más curiosidad. Solo en los últimos 10 años me di cuenta que la curiosidad es realmente clave para motivar este ambiente. Por supuesto que hay distintos tipos de creatividad y cuando vemos las ciudades sabemos cómo es el individuo cuando es creativo porque hace cosas interesantes. Pero cuando ves a la organización, la creatividad que existe allí debe estar enfocada en el equipo. Y en las ciudades o en estos sistemas tienes que ver todas estas organizaciones culturales, individuos que se reúnen para generar algo que haga una ciudad creativa. Y esto se trata de el sistema de innovación de cada lugar. hay algunas cualidades. Una de ellas es estar abierto. Siempre hay que estar más abierto que cerrado. Estás dispuesto a reevaluar, pero no significa que vas a cambiar todo el tiempo. A veces reevalúas y puede mantenerse igual, pero siempre debes hacerte la pregunta, ¿qué pasa si? ¿Qué pasa si probamos esto? Y se trata de conectar y de ver patrones en los diversos sectores. Y es aquí donde la economía creativa puede hacer mucho más, en unir distintos sectores para así mostrar su poder. Y siempre hay un balance entre pensar de manera abierta, divergente, en un proceso y en una ciudad, y luego decidir cuándo puedo enfocarme en que ocurra. Cuando lo vemos de este modo, podemos ver que la parte creativa de la ciudad es como el capital, es un recurso, es un activo, es una oportunidad potencial por lo abierto que es energía, genera energía cuando se intercambian ideas y proyectos. Y está ahí como un catalista. Cuando analizas las dinámicas, puedes ver que existe un tipo de ciudad 2.0 y las características tienen que ver con hardware, los de los caminos se enfocan en eso, los que hacen edificios y estás ahí tú para no hacer nada. Esta ciudad 2.0 está más consciente de la planificación urbana, consultar a las personas, que todos se involucren. También es un periodo en que la gente hace varios tipos de cosas como edificios íconos. La ciudad 3.0 es distinta respecto a cómo se ve y cómo se siente. Entiende que no tiene que ver con lo que está arriba y lo que está abajo, sino que es un conjunto. Entiendes que debes co-crear y eres quien modifica tu ciudad. Así que se ve y se siente distinto. La forma en la que la gente se mueve en esa ciudad es más conveniente. Los sistemas de movilidad son más sofisticados. La digitalización también se utiliza muchísimo y son lugares intensos que tienen recursos suaves. La gente se involucra y invierte en estos recursos y crea lugares donde se pueden generar encuentros. Y si tú estás haciendo una estrategia, lo que harías, si fuera frutillar y dijeran, ¿cuál es mi estrategia de ciudad creativa? Dirás, ¿cuál es mi activo y mi obstáculo? ¿Qué es bueno, qué es malo? ¿Cuál es el mecanismo de organización que puedo encontrar para impulsarlo? ¿Cómo puedo tomar los buenos ejemplos y escalarlos para crear una masa creativa? ¿Cómo puedo mezclar el software y hardware y estas estrategias? ¿Y cómo puedo hacer de lo invisible visible? Eso es parte de lo que es genial. Lo que es genial a veces no se puede ver. En estos últimos 30 años, este proceso comenzó en las ciudades grandes, pero ahora ciudades más pequeñas están mostrando que se puede mover de lo industrial a otro tipo de ciudades y está en un cambio. Se está generando este cambio desde la densidad de recursos a una densidad de redes y circuitos, donde una vez hubo proximidad a los recursos, ahora la proximidad a los conocimientos, que es lo que tienen estos actores. Cuando se piensa en ciudades creativas hay 5 cosas a destacar. La ambición es la primera. Los lugares necesitan ambición y decir, no está bien estar bien. Escribí un libro sobre esto, Ciudad de Ambición, donde esta frase estaba en el título. Tiene sistemas de aprendizaje sofisticado. Está nutriendo esa fertilización cruzada e integración. Y una de las palabras claves es orquestar. Hay que estudiar por qué la comunidad cultural debe estar comunicándose con todos los otros intereses especiales dentro de la ciudad, para así crear un ecosistema de creatividades. Uno de los cambios más importantes que en los 80s eran las cosas tal como se daban en esa época, ustedes ya saben. El 2020 es distinto. El enfoque cultural inicial sigue siendo importante. A menos que entiendan el ADN y la cultura de un lugar, no van a poder ver realmente su potencial. Sin embargo, el énfasis de la acción creativa con las economías creativas de las personas se según mi punto de vista, enfocarse en el problema que es urgente. ¿Cómo nutres el desarrollo sustentable? ¿Cuál es el alcance artístico, creativo, que nos hace cambiar la forma en que pensamos, actuamos? Yo creo que las ciudades creativas siempre necesitan un propósito más importante. Yo siempre enfatizo en que se necesita un marco teórico ético. Se trata de darle a la gente las oportunidades. Y en una palabra que utilizo bastante es la creatividad cívica, en que, por ejemplo, el sector público es emprendedor, pero dentro de un contexto que tiene grandes principios respecto a lo que hace y cuáles son las prioridades que tiene. Y también es mucho mejor ser la ciudad más creativa para el mundo en vez de en el mundo, que es la idea de retribuir. Esta es una imagen del piso de los centros de diseños hace unos años atrás, o aquí una exhibición en Australia. Todo esto se trata de ir más allá de uno mismo, el propósito mayor. Hay peligros y paradojas en todo este negocio de ciudades creativas, porque por una parte todos decimos, seamos más creativos, pero por otro lado hay cada vez más riesgos que bloquea y limita esta creatividad. Otra gran pregunta. La gente se pregunta, ¿la creatividad es la cultura de las industrias creativas? Sí, eso es algo, pero no es más importante preguntarse si cómo está esa persona dentro de la economía. Esa frase es importante, pero también implica que el sector creativo conecta con estos otros sectores. Otra frase que se utiliza es la planificación cultural. Yo siento que eso siempre hace sentir que se van a construir museos, pero tiene que ver con planificar culturalmente, pensar culturalmente, entender desde dónde viene un lugar, ese tipo de pensamiento. Eso yo creo que te lleva a unir las comunidades, traes las comunidades contigo, porque tú las entiendes, ellos entienden que tú los entiendes, entiendes quiénes son y cuáles son sus aspiraciones. Y las ciudades creativas no solamente son para los hipsters, no se trata de gentrificación, aunque muchas de estas regeneraciones generan gentrificación. Es aquí donde las burocracias necesitan encontrar maneras inteligentes de doblar ese proceso y usarlo para la imagen general. Hay maneras breves de evaluarlo y tenemos herramientas. Esto es Bilbao. Este se llama el índice de ciudades creativas. Nosotros las evaluamos y hay muchas preguntas y análisis, pero hay 4 grupos. ¿Cómo un lugar identifica su creatividad y cómo la nutre? Hay que hacerse preguntas. ¿Qué tan abierto es? ¿Hay confianza? ¿Cuánta participación existe? ¿Cómo se desarrolla el talento? El paisaje de aprendizaje. Hay formas en que la gente mayor de 35 pueda aprender, como también los mayores de 15 años, como también los mayores de 55 años. ¿Qué tan buena es una ciudad para hacer eso? El segundo dominio es cómo lo permites, cómo se da este potencial que siempre existe. Tiene que ver con reglas, el marco teórico público y político, la agilidad, la visión y el liderazgo de estas personas que están a cargo. Y yo siempre siento que cuando hay que reunir a un grupo de distintas partes, vean esta evaluación de la que estoy hablando. Y también, ¿qué tan profesional es este lugar? ¿Solamente están hablando y diciendo que quieren ser sustentables o de hecho están haciendo algo al respecto? Dicen, quiero ser creativo y lo están practicando. De eso se trata, ser profesional y lo que diga sea en serio. El otro dominio es cómo se explora y se aprovecha esta creatividad. Esto tiene que ver con innovación, emprendimientos, cómo la gente se comunica en las ciudades, cómo hacen redes en el mundo, cómo son los sistemas de transporte, todo lo que tiene que ver con conectividad. Y la última área es cómo se vive y se expresa la creatividad. Porque si está todo oculto, entonces no sabrás que estás ahí, que está ahí. Hay que saber qué es lo que distingue las ciudades, la diversidad, la vitalidad, cómo es ese lugar, cómo genera nuevos espacios. Se puede caminar bien para conectarse de mejor manera. Esto tiene que ver con el bienestar. Y nosotros debemos evaluarlo entre 1 y 10. Y si estás en 1 es malo y si estás en 10 es bueno. Esta es una herramienta útil para discutir en qué punto estás. No es perfecto, pero es útil. Entonces, ¿dónde estamos hoy? Mientras termino mi última sección, ¿dónde estamos ahora? Esa es una gran pregunta, como bien saben, dada la pandemia. Todas las ciudades antes de la pandemia estaban viendo cómo unimos y cómo esa naturaleza, cómo nos conectamos mejor, cómo hacemos lugares donde existe una satisfacción emocional. Y las preguntas existen todavía. Las grandes preguntas son el cambio climático y la necesidad de despertar. También otros aspectos que son disfuncionales en algunos lugares y la gente se da cuenta que hay muchas cosas frágiles y hasta cierto punto, a un minuto cerca de la medianoche, en muchas esferas y en muchos lugares. Y si vemos los acuerdos colectivos, esto es lo que hablo en mi último libro, La ciudad cívica, y pueden ver la línea en medio. Eso se debe sanar, porque la mayoría de las organizaciones internacionales y globales saben que estamos en medio de una crisis sistémica y la industria quizás no va a funcionar. La pregunta será, si el sector cultural y artístico, ¿cómo puede mejorarlo? ¿Cómo lo podemos hacer mejor? Cuando sabemos que la idea general del planeta empeora cada vez más, en el 2000 usamos los recursos el 29 de julio del 2019. Sabemos que el orden económico que tenemos se expande materialmente, divide socialmente y es hostil ambientalmente. Esto para mí entrega grandes oportunidades.
And this, for me, provides incredible opportunities for the creative and cultural sector to actually engage itself in that. And then, of course, there's the great disruptor that we all know about. And that massive breakthrough is, of course, the digital age, which was speeded up through the pandemic. It's as if we are already in 2025. We're all on webinars. We're doing things we didn't do so much before. And there are opportunities and threats, of course, to that. And this world makes it a smaller world, in fact. We're closer together in some ways, although we're so socially distanced. And we can be here, there simultaneously. I'm in the UK, you're in Chile, and there are others of your friends all over the world. But you can't hide from this big data. And that's where also moral and ethical priorities come into play, to make sure that the individual is not misused through all these big platforms. Remember that of the 40 global top platforms, 39 of these biggest ones are either in the USA or China, and only one in Europe, which is Spotify, which is part owned by Microsoft. But this world that creates a hyper vital world, which in some ways very negative, it fragments us in many ways, is something that we need to really consider. These players from Manchester City, I think they are, might be thinking about the second half of football rather than looking at their mobile. And of course, the mobile world is astonishing and makes incredible things possible, as does in a way the connections through Facebook and so on. But one of the negatives, of course, is the echo chamber, that we're only speaking to people of our own kind. And one of the big things about the creative city today is to converse and have conversations across difference. The plus side, of course, is the enabling platforms that allow us to share cars, bikes, many, many other things, apartments, and so on. So if we see and feel this city of the now and what we want, the main point is, how do we recreate these zones of encounter in an age of social distancing? And how do we create places of empathy in an age of social distancing? You will recognize this is Millennium Park in Chicago. And perhaps this is that station, I think, 10 in Paris, and it might look that's that amazing incubator center. They're socially distanced, but it's still beautifully connected. And this is in Berlin, a rooftop, which people are still too close, but these will all come back in their own form. So the final questions is, and it's the big one, what role do and can the cultural, creative industries and arts play in this ethical transformation that I'm talking about? And as I've implied, the priority for creativity now is to focus on the big issues that really matter. And those we have addressed to some extent: climate change, diversity, all of these things, and to find global solutions for that. And that will require new innovations, new services, and all sorts of things. For example, dealing with gentrification. This is the hubby place in Zurich. A hotel comes up, everything's torn down. It says Renaissance Hotel. The one artist who is still there keeps his house and says resistance. So that's the dilemma. And these are the types of dilemmas we need to work through with our bureaucracies. And I live near Stroud, and we need to cherish those places that say, this is what this place is about. This is what's made here, and so on. And what all of this requires as one element, and I'm looking at this positively, a reinvigorated bureaucracy. And that leads me to say my project, which is called The Creative Bureaucracy, it's an oxymoron, but what it's signaling to the public servant is you can be imaginative too. I know you're sometimes stuck in systems which make everything like spaghetti, but we need to change our potential inside, not so much work in silos when the problems we're addressing always need an integrated approach. It's saying to people, how do you shift the rules and regulations and incentives so you can be positively contributing to things? And that requires both a cultural shift and some organizational shift in most places. And I know that's difficult. And what we've done, therefore, is develop this Creative Bureaucracy Festival in Berlin initially 2 years ago. It started last year again, and this year remote. And I really feel there's a movement in the making, as we had 1,200 bureaucrats, but mostly very young ones coming, who were trying to show all the examples of what they were doing and what they had done. And there are young bureaucrats in the making. I mean, the last event we had, which finished a month ago, had 15,000 unique visitors. 48% of those were under 34 years old. Nearly 50% were women. So there is something there about, yes, the pandemic has shown us that we need a public interest. It can be an interesting organization, but only if it changes. If it doesn't change, the young, interesting, creative types will move somewhere else and do something different. And the sort of schemes we need is reverse mentoring, where young people, perhaps many of you in the audience, are teaching the older people how this new world works, which is more networking based and not in the traditional hierarchical form. So that is more or less what I want to say, because at their best, creative, livable, self-sustaining places have 5 qualities. They are places of anchorage and distinctiveness. I know where I am, the familiar, and so on. They are places of possibility. Even though I'm anchored, I still have openness, opportunity, and possibilities. They are places where you connect and can connect. They are places where you can learn and make the best out of yourself. They are places that also inspire. That might have historically been the church. It could now today be a museum, but it can also be simply a great gathering over a sobremesa somewhere in someone's house. That can be equally inspiring too. So there we are. That's all I've got to say to you, my friends, and thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, eso era todo lo que tenía que decir. Muchas gracias.
I can't hear you, Franco.
Yeah, there you are.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah, now I can, yeah.
Yeah, sorry very much. Sorry for that. Thank you very much. Was kind of a class of how to build a creative city and how to move from an agenda that we can build together for moving forward around the idea of creative cities. Thank you very, very much. One of the things I kept in is that one of the most difficult things to do is to make the cross between creative industries and the other sectors of or dimensions of local sustainable development or local development, just as bureaucracy, as industry, as economic in all the dimensions. Yeah. So if I could just ask one question, I would like to ask you, do you have anything you could tell us about what's the first thread that if you would like to build your own creative city, should you start to push so we can make these crosses in between creative industry and the other dimensions of local development?
Well, I mean, the first thing is obviously, and you have doing that already,
Bueno, lo primero,
is
obviamente,
to show that the sector you're involved in is far bigger than anyone thinks. So it's not just a baby sector. When you look at it in totality, it's very
grande, no
important.
es simplemente
Secondly,
algo pequeño,
is
ya
to
no
show
grande. En segundo
that
lugar, es
if
poder
you look at the
demostrar
experience world,
que si
what we're all
podemos
talking
ver
about is the
lo que el mundo
experiences and making things feel alive. It's that sector that makes products and services that have nothing to do with the creative industry
servicios, los
much more
productos no
alive.
siempre tienen mucho
So
que ver con
firstly,
la
we're saying
creatividad.
that. Secondly,
Eso tenemos
I
que
think you
establecer
need
en
to
primer lugar.
argue
Y en
and say,
segundo lugar, yo
we can
creo
help
que
you in
necesitamos
sustainable development.
discutir,
Give
argumentar
us
y
the
decir,
opportunity.
podemos
We
ayudarte en
can
ese
show you
sector,
4 examples
darle
for
la
an arts
oportunidad
project. I'm just
y que
using
podemos
that as a small
mostrarte
example.
ejemplos.
How you can
Y
change
no un
behavior in
ejemplo
relation to
pequeño,
climate
cómo
change.
podemos cambiar
Or
la
you can
conducta
say,
en respecto a
we
lo que
can
el
help
cambio está
your
cambiando, a lo que el
sectors
tiempo está
connect better
cambiando.
with each
Podemos
other.
también decirte,
So I would
podemos
always be
ayudarle
saying,
a tus sectores
we
a que se
can help
conecten de
you.
mejor
Let us
forma.
show you
Siempre
how we
podemos
can help
decirte,
you
te podemos
achieve
ayudar,
your
déjanos
bigger aims.
mostrarte cómo te podemos ayudar.
Charles, thank you very, very much for
Muchas gracias, Charles, por estar hoy día con nosotros. Nos encantó escucharte. Bueno, acá con nosotros, entre comillas, ¿cierto? En Frutillar, por favor, mantengamos el contacto y esperamos verte pronto. Que estés muy bien. Chao.
Qué bien, qué maravilla esta clase.
Wonderful. That was a master lecture.
Porque
buena.
Es que uno
It
lleva
struck me, well, positively, of course, because we've been doing this for 10 years.
no solamente
And listening to the
que también
responsibilities,
los públicos,
not
¿no?
only
Nosotros
by
mismos,
institutions, but also ourselves as tourists, as citizens of a place, how we can build and generate changes.
yo sé que hay gente de
And
Valparaíso
this is a call for everyone. I know that there's people here from Valparaíso Creativo, and they saw some of the cases and they say, okay, look, that looks like Valparaíso a lot. And people from here, for Los Lagos, how can we think about it? I remember the work we've been doing with people from DTI Los Lagos, from Yanquihue Lago, from the basin. So once more, thank you very much. We do hope we can have him soon here. And now we'd like to go for a mini talk. Part of the series we have been working with Franco, the Wikimedia director. And along with that, I would like to introduce you to Julián Fernández. Not only a creative entrepreneurship, but a creative and brave entrepreneurship. He has an independent movie theater. It's called Menos Uno Cine, Minus One Cinema. And he has had a lot of action in the community. Well, and the pandemic has made him transform himself. Let's look at that transformation in this Minus One independent movie theater.
Soy Julián Fernández, director de Menos Uno Cine.
My name is Julián Fernández, director of Minus One
Instalado
Cine Movie
Around Now,
Theater. I've been in this region for 10 years. Well, here at
Llegué aquí
in
a
Yanquihue Lake, in the surroundings of Yanquihue Lake, I arrived in the region with the idea of setting up a movie theater, a project that was not here, we didn't
este
have
proyecto
here.
ya hace 9 años con
And
Feña.
we embarked
Vivíamos
upon this project with Fernando, a friend of mine, and we discovered
Oye, ¿y si hacemos
that
un
we had a nice basement here, and then we thought of the idea, okay, what if we built a movie theater? And that was the beginning. 2016 was the inauguration.
Fue como partir de cero, una sala
And
que
we were
estaba recién
part of
abriéndose.
this space. It was, I mean, starting from scratch. It was a new room, and our project, well, we have already a project, and it was good to implement it in a place in order to foster it more powerfully in a place. So we implemented in 2016 this room, and little by little, step by step, we started having
donde
a
había
more
solamente el
complete, to a
cine
more
en Puerto
careful
Montt.
agenda, more defined agenda. Well, we used to have just, well,
empezamos
Puerto Montt was the only place with a movie theater, so we started looking for a new way to provide independent movies, particularly from Chile.
un proyecto que venía cocinándose hace tiempo.
And this is a project that we've been thinking of for a long time in order to
Y el autocine
take
aparece también en esta lógica de la
movies
pandemia,
to
que al
places
final
where it's almost impossible to see. So
controlada. Y claro, lo
this
que hace
allows you to be in a controlled
experiencia.
capsule, and what we with autocine do is different. It's a different experience that being in a room, having two spaces for production, one very different from the other, are experiences that can be taken to different places. We have done work of involving ourselves with different actors in the region, from tourism, from culture, from small entrepreneurs. So Minus One movie theater has been in space, and they have become our sponsors, and that has made us to build the project jointly.
Increíble la historia de Julián. Julián y el Cine Menos Uno en Puerto
What
Vara.
incredible
Un emprendedor.
story. One more entrepreneur with a movie theater in the Los Lagos region. You see here in this region, there's great talent everywhere. Palena, Chile, everywhere. It's a more rural areas. They are obviously related to agriculture industry. That's incredible. If you start exploring, you will find talent everywhere. Osorno, another
una amiga de Osorno también.
In Osorno, we had a female friend in one of our forums. Let me tell you that at this point, we have these business roundtables between projects, initiative people, entrepreneurs from the Los Lagos region or the rest of Chile, and the rest of creative cities from UNESCO invited to this gathering. If you want to be part of it, you can still do that. You just have to visit etcloslagos.com, and then you look for Ruedas de Negocios or business rounds, and then you can register for participating.
Encontrado, hecho match, más de 50 conversaciones.
Más de 50 reuniones ya que están.
Conversations, more than 50 meetings are already scheduled. That's incredible.
Tuvimos 2,600.
Now we have, well, yesterday we have 2,600 people online attending and watching the ECT Los Lagos with the different personalities and characters we had. And now we are expecting the same amount or even more. And
Las
that
sorpresas que hemos tenido.
has made us happy. And now, after these surprises we have had, I invite you to the next conversation panel. It will be
Aquí tenemos también.
It's gonna be fantastic. We're going to talk about tourism and creativity. And in this creative tourism panel,
en turismo
we have
creativo,
Carolina
fundadora y
Curet,
gestora de
expert in creative tourism, founder and manager of Creative
Cardiela
Tourism Network. We
Scua,
also have here
cultural de Morelia,
Yela
precioso Morelia.
Cultural Secretary of
Cuatro,
Morelia, Morelia, wonderful
ojalá
place. I was there in
tú puedas
2004.
vernos
I
acá.
do hope to be there again.
Y
And well,
también
we also hope to have you here. And she's
de la
a
ciudad
focal
creativa.
point
Tenemos
of
Ortuza,
creative
dueño de casa.
cities.
de
We have Fernando
casa,
Ortuza, a local. He's the director of Teatro del Lago. And we also have here Paola Núñez, director of Sonido, Sounds with Identity from El Ñuble region, and executive author of Consultancy Esquerre. This is going to be moderated by our dear friend Josefa Palomero. She's a public administrator specialized in sustainable tourism, and she's part of the team of the TPE Cuenca or Basin of Yanquihue Lake. So the
Muchas gracias,
word
Alex.
is yours. Thank you very much, Alex. Welcome you all. We have great guests today, so I'm very pleased to know that. And how is symbiosis between tourism and creativity? This is going to be the theme today.
Este territorio creativo y cómo se
Particularly installing this creative territory and how this is being positioned in Los Lagos region, how this
Fernando
powerful
a contarnos su
territory
visión
and creativity. So Fernando, please tell us your vision on how creative industry contributes to tourism and vice versa, and how you can see the synergies and symbiosis in this territory in particular. Hello, Josefa. Hello, everyone. I would like to thank for the invitation and congratulate all the teams on the support, because I have seen from a very close position all the technical deployment and the capacity for adaptation and investment for this project. So my first words are congratulate you all for the work you're doing. And in response to your question, Josefa, I think that there is a very proper concept when we talk about bio-inclusivity, inclusiveness between tourism and creative industry is giant, and particularly in this territory. We all know that Los Lagos region is probably one of the most powerful in Chile. In fact, is the region with the biggest amount of tourism operators in Chile, and it's a great connectivity city. Osorno, Palena, it's a region that's pretty atomized regarding the tourist offers. And by understanding that tourism and creative industry has been two of the most struck or hit sectors by pandemic, this looks like a miracle. This thing about creative tourism is being managed and thought of for a long time and supported by Corfo, which seeks to have this as a creative destination, which is the Yanquihue Lake Basin. And at a moment where there is the need, and that goes beyond the pandemic, there is a need for this region to retransform, to re-evolution, and to make a difference and choose what's the type of tourism we would like to offer next. Massive tourism might be just a point in tourism, but in the long term, you see it has some issues with the quality life, in the proper management of and the care of the environment. So the possibility that creative industries provide us with is to add value from the experience, from the natural talent to many people with very interesting crafts. And as one of the gaps of the problem was identified, to start with a new identification of the demand is to understand that we probably need less people coming here, but staying for more time, spending more money in the territory, taking care of the destination, and willing to coexist with the big amount of human experiences happening here in Los Lagos region. So I know that this possibility to add value on one hand, based on creative industry, is such a great option of re-transformation for local tourism. And at the same time, creative industry has been very benefited from tourism here, particularly in the Yanquihue Lake Basin in Frutillar has been a development engine during the last year. Quite impressive. I was talking to Jose yesterday and we dated back 2 or 3 years ago how this used to be thought of on developing the tourism. And we can see today the amount of people who are coming to live here due to the quality life to do their job here in the design world, in the journalism, art, music, astronomy, audiovisual. So all that talent start to converge based on a territory quality life. And on the other hand, it has always been difficult for creative industry, the commercialization. We always had that distinction between the art and economy, so to speak. And the creative industry meeting economy from tourism is good news because on one side you add value to the offer and on the other hand, the creative industry wants the tourism experience in a region where tourism has been finally a fundamental engine for economy. So the virtuosity that's being generated even includes the opportunities you have for the public world. I think that even the public world from a territory, because it goes beyond administrative limits, it's not just for communities, it is the basin of a lake. So finally, it gives a geographic environment in front of administrative issues, you see. It's another opportunity for public sectors because from the pandemic, people has been able to understand what's the value of creative industry for the regional economy. So it gives visibility to the amount of employment tourism provides, and it's good for the region when creative industry has worked from pandemic. There's plenty of tourism. When we saw what happened at the creative tourism school, when in the middle of pandemic, when people are suffering from economic problems, seeing a lot of people so motivated, generating new products, generating networks, despite they are virtual, generating friendship, companionship, and this cooperation generated with creative tourism is a very, very good news for the region and the basin of Lago Yanquihue.
Gracias, Fernando. Qué importante ahí, como vemos,
Thank you.
Esta migración a esta región también genera
oportunidades. We can see opportunities in the middle of a storm. This generates tourism for proximity, to link tourism and develop experiences so beautiful as learning how to sing or probably make endless possibilities. I would like to invite Caroline to tell us, since we're talking about this difficult context, this challenge we have had to face due to pandemic, how creative tourism in other parts of the world has reacted to reactivate it in this scenario. Good morning, good afternoon, I'm not quite sure, I think it is good morning. First place, I would like to thank for the invite, and I'm very happy, very excited to be here. Because in my first visit to Frutillar last year, around these times, it was like a tourist sharing experiences. It was my first visit then. And I wouldn't even imagine or figure that 1 year later, you would have become the worldwide epicenter of creative tourism, particularly in these challenging times. I'm very amazed. And I've been following all the stages, for example, the Creative Tourism School, where we saw these dynamics. So I really cherish this. And well, this is not a naive optimism, but it is a point. And I am really enthusiastic about it. And related to your question, pandemic, obviously with all the negative things it entails, due to creative tourism, we have allowed ourselves to refer to the organic evolution, the one we have followed during the last decade, because we were pretty convinced that we were on the right track. But this last month, creative tourism has been one of the points which has resisted most. It was even more developed. We've been working for years with the with destinations which already had this plan, this suggestion, because it is about that possibilities territories may have in terms of cultural attractions, traditions, because I think that every place has something like that. But what's more important is to be open-minded and to think outside the box and develop a tourism that's not the traditional one, which just is about generating incomes, which has been happening in the last decades. And look at the values in culture, because we can see that in the midterm is what provides us most value. Then why pandemic? Why did pandemic bring this evidence? Because in March, there was no other option. Those of us who were in Europe couldn't move to other, more than 100 kilometers. And in summer, started in June, July, it was about to start back then. So our question was, what are they going to do in France or other places? Because you knew no visitors were going to be received. Then within these geographic limitations, the point was, are we going to develop experiences? Yeah, that was developing experiences, attracting the residents so that they can perceive any type of interest on rediscovering their culture. Then what are we going to do that? Are we going to propose the same museums? Probably they have already visited when they were at school or with their families or friends. We're going to use creativity to involve all the local agents, local resources, craftsmen, artists, and say, well, instead of visiting at the turning place, we're going to create a story for the tourists so that among friends, among reduced groups, because we were aware that in this case, since we're working in a reduced scale, that's advantageous, no more than 10 people usually. It allows us to invent stories. It's like a storytelling for a particular group. And in that way, keeping the activity. And that is what has made us to reorient destinations that weren't planning to give that leap on that path, on that way. And now we see that there are creative tourism offers for as Christmas gifts, because it's a type of tourism that will be unseasoned, you see, because we cannot make long trip plans for the next 3 months, so people improvise. We can have a 1 week vacation next week probably, and that can be guaranteed. Then you see, let's go to a place that's closer, and we can do these type of activities. So in that sense, we have been able to use this time now, using it, and the way it has been in Yanquiwe's basin. Let me tell you that you are unique in this sense. I haven't seen such an advancement and so quick. And this is my answer. I want to give more time to people. Well, we're just starting, but you see, we have a lot of power and a lot of desire to participate. I think that the challenge is in adaptation. This is my takeaway, quick adaptation in front of the scenarios, and not lose energy and continue working in tourism development. In fact, let me add that I'm talking about the current time working for proximity tourism, but the goal is to use this piloting time to prepare the international opening. This is like my preparation to get back to normal and experience what we used to do. Okay, to be back on the track, that's the idea. A good challenge. Thank you very much. Caroline and
está
Paola,
pasando en ese
Ñuble,
territorio.
what can you
Como
tell us?
vecino que está
What's happening
trabajando.
in your territory? Because it's a destination that's working
Sí, bueno, primero,
hard
muchas
with
gracias por la
tourism
invitación.
industry. Well, first of all,
Cariñoso a
thank
todos
you
los
very much for the
organizadores de
invitation.
y
A
felicitar
warm hug
la
for all
iniciativa.
ECT organizers.
Por supuesto,
Congratulations for
Planeas
this
y
initiative.
la
Corfo,
invitación
Planea, also
este
congratulations.
tremendo
I'm happy
y contarles
for
que nosotros
being
en Ñuble
here and share with
yo diría
this important
que
panel. Let me
más
tell you
abajo
that here in
claramente
Ñuble region,
la cuenca
we are obviously
creativo como
steps
una
that
tremenda oportunidad del territorio. Nosotros estamos ahí trabajando con un proyecto que se llama Sonide,
we are
Sonido
working with a project that's called
que es un programa
Sonides, Sounds with
ha sido
Identity.
tan recibido en el
It's a
territorio que
colorful program. It has been very it's been
estamos desarrollando.
welcome in the territory. We are developing
Sabemos
this with consultants who know a lot, not just in tourism,
que
but as
generarse la
Renato
simbiosis de
was
dos
saying. Here we need to generate symbiosis of two areas who happen to work together, usually music,
que se
art,
maneja perfecto en este tipo de iniciativas que
well,
tienen una
in
tremenda
Evolution, which is our partner, and they have great experience,
en
extensive experience
Santiago.
at this point.
Así
They
es
are
que la feria,
working with
¿cierto? Entonces,
Pulsar Feria and the
decir que
music industry. I think that first is to say
creativo
that
tenemos que
in order to
aprender a
develop this
trabajar dos
creative
industrias que
tourism, we
generalmente
need
han
to learn
trabajado juntas.
to work
De hecho,
with
los
two
turistas
industries that generally do not work together. We talk about the tourism industry and that
pares que están trabajando en las
generates
industrias creativas, ¿cierto?
a punishment, so to speak, in the
hemos trabajado
sense
desde
that
la,
what Fernando was saying. Historically,
en
we
nuestro
have been
país,
working
fundamentalmente,
from the economics side. In our country, institution made that
más vinculada
separation where in many times culture is
a
more
otra
linked
área.
to social development or to other areas. And in that sense, we, the ones who work in tourism, have a lot to
Turismo
work, a
creativo
lot to
partimos
listen
por eso.
to, and to work and to develop this creative tourism. We start with it and
Próxima
Sonides,
semana,
which is an event we're going to develop in Ñuble
6 de
next
noviembre,
week.
vamos a contar
Since
con la
from
expertise de Caroline
December
en
23 and 26, we will have Caroline expertise in
un
this
poco
event.
con este evento
And we are looking,
posibilidades de un
well, our goal is to
saben
see the
que
possibilities of a creative tourism in Ñuble here.
sobre todo
I mean,
en
people
Ñuble
from
se juntan
Chile, in Ñuble, we have wonderful things. First, tourist attraction from the range of mountains. We have the biggest and ski in South America. We have
en materia turística.
wineries, vineyards, generating a great value in tourist matter. But we also have great exponents from the world of music. Claudia Rao, Victor Jara, Ramon Binay, Violeta Parra, all of them have been born in Ñuble. Something happens in that territory, and those who live in Ñuble take pride in being there, in being from there. There's no vinculation, neither from gastronomy or tourism. And the territory hasn't worked that area either. And this is a new region administratively speaking, it's just 200 years. I mean, 2 years, sorry. It's going to be the third year, and there is no master plan for tourism. There's no master plan. There are some navigation charts that are empty, and we are aware that a lot can be developed and possibilities are there to develop this creative tourism, obviously, side by side of this legacy, of this heritage that hasn't been put into value. And parallelly, that's another challenge. We cannot live on history or from what used to be from history, but we have to focus on those who are today working with creative industries, artists, for example. Corfo is betting on that. We are in a diagnosis plan for territorial plan with a focus on all the visual and music. That would be our first focal points. Then the gamble of this region is real to join tourism and creative industries. And I think that that could be a good point for possibilities. Sonide intends or will intend to be an event where we can have conversations around this, where we can see the basis. We're going to listen to those who do culture and music, particularly Sonides is focused on music. And we all together should plan the path
gran
to
desafío que
put this type of contributions into value. That's the challenge we have today.
unidos con ustedes,
As I was telling you,
lo que pasa en el
we are united
observando
today.
mucho lo que
We are paying attention to
y
what's
los
happening in Yanquiwe Lake,
de la mesa
to
también
what ECT is, and the subject you have
tienen
put on the table,
que
because we
aprender
do believe
todo
that
esto
Ñuble needs
que
to
también
better meet, and we have a lot to
para
learn
que
from
puedan
that territory. So
y
let
nos
me invite
acompañen
you
también.
all to be part of Sanide, that event,
Muchas
and be
gracias.
with us next week. Thank you very much,
Armando.
Paola. We'll
Trabajando esta red de
many
turismo creativo
people
nacional
are
también.
working on it. We'll be setting up this creative tourism network with Paraíso, Ñuble, Yanquiwe Lake Basin, Mexico. A lot of
COVID.
transformations, not only COVID, and you're working with a lot of reconstruction of social weaving. Maybe you can tell us about this.
Muy buenos días a todos. Qué gusto estar
Good
aquí.
morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here.
Cumplir 480 años en mayo.
Guyana will be 480 years in May of the next year. We are a city whose intersection of a lot of cultures, because here in Michoacán, in the center of Mexico, there are several cultures, ancestry cultures, like several cultures. So Morelia, it's this intersection, this intercultural territory. That itself, besides the point that we are a city in a valley built with architectural beauty of Cantera Rosa, that is why they call us the city of Cantera Rosa in the sunset. That color, it's very intense and beautiful. We are a creative city of music. According to UNESCO, we are also a patrimony city of humanity for more than 30 years. And that, along with the Michoacán cooks, Morelia is in the state of Michoacán. It's a very rich and biodiverse, and that biodiversity gives us a diverse culture. Also, gastronomy, our food has been considered, and actually 2 years we had the anniversary of being the immaterial patrimony of humanity. We have an alchemy of several elements from the history attractives, because here with the independence and the founding fathers from Mexico. So as I was listening, we have been working here in Michoacán, Mexico, specifically in Morelia, about what we talk about cultural tourism. Morelia last year in 2019 won first place in tourism of no beach. Mexico has a lot of beaches, and we know that those beaches like Riviera Maya and other beaches of Atlantic and Pacific are the attraction from our country. Well, we were the first place in tourism with no beaches. That is because we have achieved to join the time of traditions. For example, the Day of the Death, we just had a few days ago. And we had an economic and cultural low, and we integrated ancestry traditions like the Day of the Death, the Night of the Death, with the mixed traditions and Catholic traditions like Easter, which are those are our high points. And now we are about to begin the festival, the International Music Festival, that is very well known. It's the number 32. We have the International Festival of the Organ. We have the Rosas Conservatory, one of the first conservatories of Latin America, and we had a lot of music people who do music who are famous, and also the jazz festival music, mariachi festivals. We have a lot of mariachi festivals. So the Festival Verso Redoble in Morelia, and as Paula was saying, Morelia is the birth of composers, musicians for several centuries as current musicians. And in that sense, we are working along with UNESCO and the Network of Creative Cities of Mexico and the Cluster of Creative Cities of Music to create a balance, because we have that mixture between tourism and culture, and it's organic. However, we haven't been able to reach balance on distribution of the richness that it's generating. Therefore, the system, hotel industry, restaurant industries, when we do an analysis of the benefits that we had by the end of every season, that analysis is always made looking at the incomes of those industries that are fixed and those industries that are also regular. We are working strongly to have a regulation on creative industries like mariachis, a jazz group, a traditional music group. They don't have, and it's not within the value of change that can allow us to make a final count on what is happening economically. Here, for you to have that economic pool, you need to have a lot of permissions from the Secretary of State and from the City Hall. And if a mariachi or a group of folkloric dance or a theater group would like to ask for that permission to have economic community and then enter the and receive economic stimulus to the little business, that didn't exist. So these 2 years of the administration of Raúl Orozco, we have been focused on generating this public policy that will allow us culture to have the same level of power and to be able to generate that impact. Because from the origin, it's generated, but we cannot take that to a different kind of process where we can count that we don't have the budgets for culture. And in this specific example, culture is seen as an expense and not as an investment. We are seen like that. So we need to do what you were saying, to have an intersection. We are looked at it as a social environment and tourism as an economic environment. Even though in Mexico, creative industries contributes with 3.0 to the GDP, more than aeronautical industry. However, the budgets for culture are always a lot less. And for tourism, that creates wealth. And for tourism, it's like 200% more than culture. So what we want, it's with this possibility where creative industry can enter as an economic unit, where it's wisely used, so that creative process continue to be creative. And we are discussing it right now, where we have to say, okay, we are a commercial unit because people live from this, and there is a poor from this, there is wealth being generated, but how do we establish for it to be a reconstruction process? But firstly, I wanted to tell you about this part that has to do with the public policies. We are achieving this. we are achieving this creative destination, educational destination. We are an education city according to UNESCO, but we continue to work to make this equitable. And so that wealth distribution and the reconstruction of social networks created by tourism to have equitable distribution. So interesting and so passionate to tell you about your destination. You are a great host and ambassador. I would like to talk about the community methodology that you told me about, how you are, the way you are creating this social network in the culture. Can you tell us a little bit more about that? Right. I have that intersection as well. I am a multidisciplinary performing artist, and life took me to create projects of sustainable development. And I did a specialty on regional development with environmental handling. And I was actually in Chile doing a course on solving problems, social environmental conflicts. That to create sustainable projects so that whole regions and whole communities are able to have access to productive projects without detriment of their ecosystems. And that's where tourism and creative tourism and also nature tourism and community tourism gives us a possibility to generate resources with what we already have, with what we are, with how we eat and how we dress. And this is the attraction for those who come and visit. In that sense, I've developed several projects in different places from Mexico, like the biosphere of Tuxtlas, which is in Veracruz. There is a network of ecotourism of Tuxtlas, and also a jungle that supports in the water systems, and the volcano who's in the border of Chiapas in Guatemala. And I work with 6 communities where we develop projects to create love for the place for young people. So and create roots, because every time a young person turns 16 years old, they are ready to go to the United States as an immigrant, because in that areas where is jungle, they end up having no choices. So we have been developing projects where the UN programs like USN help us to collaborate with these biocultural vision alternative projects that allow us to create tourism, and for that to be a possibility of regional development that is sustainable. Here in Morelia, we are developing our partners from Secretary of Tourism and Economy and civil protections, like other municipality organizations, the project of the Fair of Mezcal Festival. We have an area in Morelia. Morelia is a municipality, and it's very big. And we also have the urban areas, which is a city with 480 years, and also the rural areas. And in these rural areas, there is a mezcal production. They used to produce it. They would sell this the product, and others would sell it with 500% more. And we are creating the route of mezcal, which is a mixture of cultural tourism, rural tourism, and creative tourism, because we are working with them to see what are the different tags of activities and the mix of activities that we're giving to people. And we will get started, as you were saying, with local tourism, with the home tourism, so that the people who live there, go and travel and know their rural spaces, but also for them to have and add this huge value. For mezcal, there is a boom of mezcal for the denomination of origin. So we are getting ready. And all of these people in communities of 300 inhabitants, and all of them are collaborating. Children, youngsters, adults, they are fixing the paths, the kitchen, the water that they are drinking. The water will be from the springs. And what are the attractions? They have a peña that has always been there, but now they are counting the stories from grandparents, which is the activities the tourists will enjoy in this fair. And our pilot to open that for national tourism, and at some point with the virus and the way humanity will adapt to what we're going through, then we will open up for international tourism. Thank you so much for that information. We can go to that place and imagine what you're doing and how you involve communities in the development of this touristic offer. It is very important as well how we can offer and sensibilize the tour operators to commercialize these experiences. We have a few minutes left. I wanted to open the floors if anyone wants to say anything else. Caroline, if you want to do some closure words, you're in silence. Yeah, I know very well Michoacan region. So when she started talking about what concerned me was if all of that richness that you know or that I knew in 20 years ago when I used to live near there could be preserved, even though we put it in the spotlight of tourism, which is a concern. And I think the most important thing is to be in the new model in which everywhere and in each region that we work with, their concerns is not here. Tourism and culture don't speak the same language. I can say that almost everywhere, all of the continents that we're working with, it's the same thing. But now we're at a point that we need to take advantage of this so that they won't talk to us directly, but to incorporate new figures that can be nonprofit or to have some kind of interest and to create synergies. Like the School of Yanquiwe and Creative Tourism has proven a positive results of how putting these entities, one had cabins, the other one was operated. They always use the same expedition, but they never realized it had a huge potential to diversify the offer outside of the season. Because of course the cabin could have been for someone, for families in the summer, but then they had no activities left. When in the neighbor region, you could have female communities, seniors, singles, or people who wanted to learn languages out of seasons to do activities, different kinds of activities. And so that is important to create that ecosystem and to have that chain. Maybe don't mix it immediately with tourism and culture because it takes time and it's important to have it in an organic way, but to move that way because we know it works. So use the means to get it. And yeah, thank you so much, Carola. We have just 4 minutes left. Fernando, would you like to say something? Thank you, Josefa. I just wanted to say something about the opportunity of stationality. The weather such as ours and places where we know everything's very clear, like spring or summer, these type of offers overcomes that boundary to live that experience with music, with audiovisual world, with foods, different type of foods, gives you an opportunity to work indoor with so many workshops, with activities that are taking place here, and not only here, everywhere. So it's important for the touristic opportunities and also for the different trades. So we can give a lot in winter because the connectivity of this area is maintained in winter. With the other productive industry, it's easier to get here. A lot of flights and a lot of coming here, and a lot of places to stay and sleep and hotels. So it's a possibility that is important for the following years. Fernando, an invitation for those who are getting out there and looking for things to do near where they live. Maybe sleep in a cabin that's 5 minutes away from your home can be very fun, or do collage classes or any kind of things that can help people distract and to prefer what's local. Paola, would you like to say something? Yes, I would like to thank for the invitation. And as you were saying, Josefa, I think we have all of the conditions for Chile to move forward at a national level in creative tourism, and this kind of alliances like the network you were mentioning. I think it's very important not only to be a part of it, but also to enhance it. And I would totally agree with Fernando was saying. In regions, for us, Ñuble, Biobío, we can also say we're from the south and we are also affected by the weather. It's important to understand that with tourists that want to experience these kind of things, what's authentic, and that's wonderful to go back to the origins, to know what communities are doing in their territories. That has more value over of what you can see from sightseeing. So I think it's an incredible opportunity. I thank you for the opportunity of this invitation, and I invite you to Sonide next week. You can watch from www.sonide.cl. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you, Paula. We are on time. Thank you for the 4 panelists we had today. Helps us have a wider view and vision of how to do tourism in other parts of the world. Thank you to Corfo Ministry of Cultures and Arts, Vlade, and everyone who made this encounter possible. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Incredible talk about tourism. Crafters of Yanquiwe. Learning to Live group. My name is Ruth Vasquez. I'm from Yanquiwe, designer, textile designer and crafter. My passion is this type of work. Wool transports me. It takes me to a different dimension. Color, textures, I really enjoy that. I cannot sleep and I can continue to do this job. I love it. In this aggregation, I found a second family. We develop ourselves in the textile industry with different types of techniques. We commercialize our crafts in this kiosk that's on the border of the lake. In the south, you can find a lot of creative people. We give an identity to a place and we are connected. With gastronomy, we sell also experiences. If a person comes from another country, we can give that person an experience. The tourists can create their own souvenir. My name is Sandra Villarroel. I am a textile crafter and digital crafter. I work doing fieltro with needles, and I try to show this technique with the different types of wetlands that we have here in Lago Yanquiwe. I want to show tourists what we do and show that Yanquiwe is a small town that's hidden but has a lot of nature and a lot to show. My name is Nelly Gonzalez. I am a crafter. I work with sheep wool from washing it, creating different kinds of things, and I do it in the old way. I love wool, the way it has. I think it would be great to join and in a wide level. I support tourism, food. I want people to get to know our crafts. You will find great elements here. What a beautiful story of the crafters of Yanquiwe. Beautiful. What they do in Yanquiwe, it's admirable. We are seeing culture from Germans, but also people who come from the villages, and that's mixed and adds value to the territory. It's a great value that builds identity, like the panel we will be hearing up next. And now we have a great guest, and you will make the introduction. Yes, and before I present her, I would like to talk about a lot of things. We've been discussing entrepreneurship, among other things, but we need to define what's the benefit of all of this. And the benefits, it's bigger. It's a social development benefit and local development. Creative industries have the great characteristics of being democratic and to be able to distribute the wealth in a better way. We have a way of diminish poverty. When we work locally with creative industries, not only we improve our sustainability, but also happiness of those who live there. It is wonderful. Also, in terms of, it's more equitable in terms of gender. It's respectful for the environment. We would not be able to have creative environment if we didn't have respect for the environment, and to think how those birds that are so beautiful here in the wetlands can be turned into crafts. That is a very important value that we have been talking about it. Charles Landry mentioned that about the environment. How do we build ecosystem? The banner we just had. Thank you so much to all the panelists. That was wonderful. It was very powerful. And all of these images, if those images don't move us, we would be insensitive. And I would like to take you to this conversation and present you a friend of mine. I love her dearly. She has been very generous, and she was on the launch of my book in English and in Portuguese. We have been talking, great conversations, sharing in different countries and different cities. And I have huge admiration for her. She's bringing a beautiful message about how small creative cities can generate a deep impact in the local development. Ana Carla Fonseca, founder of Garimpa Soluciones, specialized in creative cities with more than 30 countries. She has worked with more than 180 cities, economies, doctor in creative economy, and she has also been international assessor of the UN. Dear Carla, a big hug. I'm happy to have you here with my friends. Let me introduce all of my friends in Región de los Lagos.
Muchísimas gracias, Alex.
Thank you very much. It's a
WhatsApp,
pleasure to be with you.
los
I was
demás
telling you through WhatsApp.
que ayer anoche antes de dormir
Yesterday,
me puse a mirar
last
fotos
night
de
before going to bed, I
región.
started looking at photos from Frutillar.
Súper,
And
súper,
well, I
súper
said, okay,
precioso.
I would love to be there. It's a wonderful place. Thank you very much for the invite. You will be
una
with
vacuna y que
us.
vas a
Be
estar aquí con
patient.
nosotros, de todas
Be
maneras.
patient. Let's wait for the vaccine and you will be there.
Cada
By
vez
all
más
means. All right. We'll have a more and more
Congratulaciones
powerful
por el
network.
lindo.
Congratulations
Claro,
for your work.
escuchando y
Such
aprendiendo
a
con los compañeros
wonderful
que estuvieron.
work. I was
Y es siempre un
listening
gusto
and
que
I was
estamos en
learning from the
información tan
previous
potente
speakers. And I think that we are now in a point of transformation, a powerful
y
one.
eso es
And I
muy
think that we are all aligned.
el momento que tenemos de
That's
vivir.
pretty important and
Es un
that's
poco
a wonderful thing considering the
congratulaciones
times
entre los
we are
organizadores.
living now. Once more, congratulations to the
Ni
organizers, Alex,
porque ya se
Planea. Well, now it's globally recognized.
coger esas
And
provocaciones
thank you very much
que yo quería
for choosing those provocations I would like to bring you
20 años
now.
más o menos
After
en
20
este
years
tema.
work in several subjects
Bueno,
we are
yo
passionate about. I'm going to start with some ideas
creo que harán sentido para ustedes después.
which I believe you will,
Para que
I hope they make sense to you and so that we can understand present times better and we project ourselves to the future. I think that it is
y cuando
important
pensamos en el antiguo normal que
when
ahora
we compare it with the old normal, something we do miss, that's
que
normal,
también,
that's natural
heredamos
to miss it,
un montón de
but of course, we have inherited a lot of
nos
things when
convertimos
working better, and when in the
es
old
una
normal, we were becoming more
para el impacto
digital, that
el tiempo
was
que
the
llevó
impact of new technologies,
una
and the
línea del
time it
tiempo
took
y
us
las
to
varias
adopt them, then we can see a timeline and the several technologies from left to right, from up to down, you see, and the social network.
ya cayeron en la masificación y
And
eso da un
now
poco el
they
sentido
are
de
all massive.
la
And that
transformación
was the sense of the
y ahora
impact
con la
of
pandemia
digital
tuvieron un
transformation.
empuje en lo que
And
sería
now
lo
with
que
pandemic,
se va a llamar de transformación digital forzada. De modo que hasta
this
mismo
forced
no
digital transformation has become more notorious. Even craft
tenían una presencia
people, those who are freelance and didn't have a digital presence, now you see they have presence even when it is a small land page or
que no
with a small presence in Facebook or a small web page, because that's a good way. They discovered that that's a way to do business and also create new business models. And that's an interesting thing because we had to,
emocional,
unfortunately,
humano y
suffer
etcétera,
the pandemic and pay that toll
que cada vez
with
más aprendamos
human consequences. You know that it is important that
ese cambio
over time
estructural
we learn how to make or get opportunities
Bien,
based
tenemos
on the structural changes
complicadas para
we have gone through. We also have
la
some more
pandemia
complicated things
del
to
sufrimiento
deal with. Before
bueno,
the
que la organización
pandemic, the mental suffering was something the
tenemos
WHO
los datos de
considered
2000
one of the most important things to work on. We have 2017 data. The bluer the country, the more complex the condition of the country is in percentage people suffering from depression or anxiety. We all understand that. And of course, the pandemic make it even more complex. And the territories in Chile now, for example, that's a great opportunity when it comes to a proposal for well-being tourism. People need to learn to go and walk smaller, to reconnect with themselves, to see things beyond tomorrow. And I think this is an impressive opportunity, important and transforming opportunity, because that's life philosophy and regions. I think that impairs that a lot. We'll refer to that later so that we can take into account how, based on our territories, small creative cities or cities which reinvent, we can continuously help fight against what would be one of the great humanity challenges in future, in the near future, which is mental suffering. And we also have things that are becoming more and more complex in that set of challenges. And we
Ese
are
es
all aware of that, and we know that.
ustedes probablemente conocen, desarrollado por la
This study developed,
a cada año
published by the
riesgos globales.
by the World Economic
Ellos hacen
Report, and it's called
de cuáles serían
Global
las grandes
Risks.
tendencias
So they do the mapping on how would be the great trends and how would be the trends
de piernas hacia arriba.
maybe
En cruce vemos que
would put humanity upside down, and we can see that things are very
me parece
linked, very intertwined. So what I think that's good about it is that we can see a lot of colors, and that would be like knowledge,
años quizás
like a didactic
acostumbramos a
thing happening in the last 200 years, when we
sería
were used to
medioambiental,
thinking in boxes, in departments. Red would be environmental, violet would be ecology,
social,
red, social, then we have geopolitical affairs. And when we look at that, we think, oh my God, how can this be also complex? Myself, from my small city, with my group of small cities building up a creative territory, how could I try to change something there? And that obviously makes us tired, but likewise, you see, it's like playing cards. When we do things in a smaller scale, little by little, everything is so detailed that when we take a move next in this cards castle.
Estoy preocupado perdona que te moleste, pero tú estás presentando una presentación porque no la estamos viendo.
A presentation, right? Because we're not seeing it.
Estamos compartiendo entonces.
Oh, qué bien
presentation.
Referencia.
A good thing to say. Okay, I was here making references and you were seeing nothing. I know how wonderful your presentations are. Then I realized something's not working here. Can you see it now? Can you?
Y por la buena organización de todos ustedes.
As a plan. Plan B would be the organizers to present it. They have my backup presentation. And meanwhile, okay, can my presentation be shared? Okay, we'll solve that. Then I show you the graphics, so that you can have a better reference based on what I was talking. I was telling you that I was the legacy of the old normal, and now we move to a future look. Something I think it is important. I'm going to try to project it again, but well, I think that's quite interesting that we can have a same look on what it would be a creative city. Charles Landry, an icon, such an icon in that, such a player having him here. He provided us with a very interesting vision, an iconic one on what creative cities would be. I just wanted to complement with a couple of things, a study we did. Now, can you see it? That was my last attempt.
Sí, tenemos. ¡Ah, qué bien! Perfecto. Bueno, ahora Los Ángeles nos ayudan con la conjugación de optimismo.
Now you see, angels are helping us.
Que había
I
hablado.
continue with the... Coming back to what I was saying, if something goes wrong with the presentation. Okay, that was the graphic I was mentioning. We can see a line there. It started 1 century ago. The time it took so that an important group of people adopted a certain technology. We can see the first telephone lines, electricity. It took a long time for people to have access to that. When we look at the rest of the technologies, we can see that once it was launched, everyone had plenty of access to digital technologies. And this is why we had the more and more vital need even when it is a small entrepreneur, that person can have digital presence, not only to communicate,
sino también para tener acceso a
but
otras
also to have access to other type of information and probably to organize a different business model.
y el gráfico de con los datos de la Organización Mundial de Salud.
You see the graphic with the World Health Organization data. We can see a blue Chile with a light blue, giving you an idea of the percentages of population who need
Agorafobia, claustrofobia,
attention for mental health, depression, agoraphobia, which globally, well, all psychologists and neurologists
que será la cuarta ola de
claim to say that will be the fourth wave of the pandemic because it has been really, really complex and we need changes in the structure. And finally, you can see the graph of the Economic World Forum. It refers to the risks, a systemic and holistic system of risks, which somehow causes us to say, wow, everything is very complex, and you see, and all things are connected. And on the other hand, when we make a move, we can change that card's castle. And probably this is what you are doing, not only due to this forum, which is important, but also the work you've been doing for a long time. And based on that connection and all the context, we can exchange plenty of information that are pretty interesting for the transformation. Then, now we can start with the new information, you see? Then I believe now we have more urgency of thinking of this new normal, the way we usually call it. And that happened during pandemic. It's going to take a long time, probably, or it will take a while to have this new normal. And what can we do, meanwhile, to make changes for those challenges who are coming, structural challenges, and not only incremental challenges or changes. We've been through changes, through shocking times in humanity, so it should be for solving the problems we used to have, the existing ones, to change the page. And one important thing here, we've been following in several countries where we work, and I think Chile is one of them, is the new migratory flows that now people perceive they can really move away from the great urban centers to medium-sized cities and small cities. That's my case. When the pandemic started, my mother, my son, and I, well, the three generations, came to the shore, and we're working from here since March. It's clear that unfortunately, not all people can do that, and not all can decide where they want to live or when they can live. But more and more people perceive that life quality is something they have to take care of, particularly during these times, which is having mental peace, having enough money to pay bills, is to have emotional stability, is to have sanitary conditions, maybe outdoors, open air. These are things that small cities can offer you. And I think that this is an important moment so that we are passionate about small cities and the setup cities, small cities, building up and more creative territory, offering you attractiveness, which is much more important. People who in the past used to say, I don't want to leave my city, but I am forced to do it because here there won't be any work, employment. I think that this is changing. That's changing, making these possibilities more feasible. Because the new change lead you to move to small cities. There are offers based on cultural affairs. There are new opportunities in this context, what gives us the possibility to experience plenty of things. innovation
un momento
needs
muy
experimentation. And this is the exact moment to do it. In the
Podemos
middle of uncertainties,
distintos escenarios, contextos.
different scenarios, contexts, we have
Tenemos
several plans sometimes.
eso, la potencia de las pequeñas
Amidst
ciudades.
all that, we have the power of small cities, and then they are starting to be seen as possible cities, and also cities that can help humanity go through the time we are living and teach us a lot of things. Because they are cities which close to identity,
Con el territorio,
they usually
en
have a
términos
connection
de
with territory, in terms of
contexto, etcétera, que es
connection with
bastante
the rest of the people, with the context, things that are pretty important, and sometimes they suffer from a lower esteem because they are not the big city where everything is happening, and that has a social impact, an important one. We'll see that with the cases I have brought today. We have a lot to learn from small cities, and I think that will also be benefit from that mindset change. To give you some context,
porque las fuentes son
I
distintas.
don't have the data on the same screen because sources are different, but just to have a picture
Informaciones en el radar.
more clear with regard to the information. In Argentina, in 2010, cities between 5,000 inhabitants, almost 25% of urban population. In Brazil, 94% of people has less than 100,000 inhabitants, almost 50%. In Chile, the data collected in 1987, 185 out of 260 cities had less than 50,000 inhabitants, and in Colombia, fewer than 50,000 inhabitants. We are talking about an important set of population, a group population of people wanting to return to their origin cities, or they can go and live in the cities they feel love about. Creative cities, in a moment where everyone is talking about creative cities in 2008, 2009, we organized a study with several partners from different parts of the world, countries particularly different among them. Unfortunately, I didn't know Alex that time because Chile would be here in this relation. So for next edition, probably it would be here. So we contacted partners who were with the concept creative tourism. And we asked them, what do you understand about that concept? From Israelis, Taiwan, Norway, Colombia. And based on that comparison, it became a book for free download. It's a digital book. And there are three things that are the fundamentals of a city that wanted to be creative, that had the requirements to be closer to become a creative city, even more creative than it is. And the first thing is, or the first pillar is connections. How can we work better between the private public population? Can we transit better through different territories, different cities? How can we make a better union between past, present, and future in a less fragmented way? The second pillar are innovations. Small elements are, you see, very creative, very daring, similar to the animal when the animal just jumps. It would be better and nice if we can have them connect together. More networks. A creative city is a city that connects. And finally, culture. Culture not only in artistic terms, when it comes to performances, entertainment, but also as knowledge, community values, singularities of territories. If I feel welcome when I am there, this is something that old Roman defined as the spirit of the city. And cities, small cities, have a unique and important force in a moment where everything looks similar: products, services, proposals. Then let me give you three cases. The first one is Santa Rita do Sapucaí. It's a 40,000 dweller city, and up to the 50s, it smelled like coffee. You see, even now it smells like coffee. It's a wonderful place. But back then, a mom, a lady from a traditional family, wealthy in traditions and money, visited several places in the world. She was married to an ambassador. And when she traveled to Japan, she perceived the impact electronics had in the world. In the 50s, she returned to her city. Well, now it's 40,000 people live there, and she decided to transform the city from electronics with a look to the future, so that you can have a picture. She founded the first technical electronic schools, and to sum up the story, from 3 pillars, culture, technology, and entrepreneurship, they work a topic that is cross-sectional. It has been mentioned for the previous speakers, which is ethic and citizenship. We as citizens perceive to be more active in this, but the 3 pillars that are fundamental so that we can have productive inclusiveness, inclusion, not only added value in the end of this value change, but to share it. And this is why we have a social change, as Alex was saying at the beginning. Nowadays, so that you can have once more an idea, the motto is creative city, happy city. Some years ago, they started that movement. Santa Rita have 153 innovative entrepreneurs. For example, electronic voting was created there. The last number is $600 million as billing, 2 faculties, 3 technical schools or vocational colleges, and 3 research and development centers, 1 prototyping laboratory. But if that's an economic-based area, considering the figures, this is a movement, which is the one about creative city, with several icons, with things that happen in the city, such as continuous movements. One is, this is Hacktown, is to hack the city that started 7 years, I guess, 7 years ago. Last year, 2017, they had activities, 700 activities involving 6,300 people, received people from different states from Brazil and from 4 countries. And here there's a 2-minute video so that you can see what is produced. And I invite you, well, it is in Portuguese, maybe you can understand it, you see, so that you can see how we are aligned in what Santa Rita does in that creative city, happy city, connected to what Charles Landry mentioned in his lecture, where Martin Seligman, when he defined the equation of happiness, saying that there's plenty of things we inherited to be bound to be happy, and there's something about context that affects us, but there is something important, which is the internal thing that happens, willingness, desire, and this is what makes the difference. And I think that all of those things are aligned and connected in this video that displays the work developed by Santa Rita. Well, unfortunately, I don't speak Portuguese, so I'm going to do my best to convey the messages, considering the little things I can understand as a Spanish speaker. In favor of involvement and creativity, this is a community with self-esteem that organizes different stuff. And through sport culture, it transforms the ecosystem. One-third free. creative city, happy city.
Como ustedes vieron, entonces ese festival
As you saw,
la
was the
creativa de la
festival. It was the festival of creativity, innovation.
la felicidad.
For
Se hace
something we all
la
look
participación
for is happiness, and is organized with the participation of a lot of the people from the city. It's like it includes volunteer work. The budget is low. The budget the municipality invests is low compared to everything that's generated with private sector as well. So, well, Alex, I saw with one of the thousand of guitars.
De Chile también.
You see, taking some of Chile there. The second example I wanted to present to you comes from a different part of Brazil, which is a different region from the northeast of Brazil, from a region, as you can see,
árida y muy preciosa también.
much more arid, and they have plenty of challenges, socioeconomic challenges. The state and the province is Yara, and the city is a region. Well, its region is Nova Olinda, so you can have an idea. It's 5,000 or 6,000 dwellers. That's the city I'm going to present you now. And it's a city that's recognized or well known because it is an archaeological site.
También para nosotros
When we think about Ceará, we think of beaches, and that's not the case. Here we go inland towards rural areas. Some years ago, it used to be a place, a house in that place. That was the first house in the city. Well, looking like a house, and with the work of a foundation created there, which is the Casa Grande, or a big house foundation. And this is managed by children then, children from the city, obviously, held by the guidance of the founders and the people who participate there. They manage everything that has to do with autonomy and the services offered by the foundation. Museum, archaeological site, theater, the art gallery, comics decam, DVD, video, library, recording studio, and many of the services offered by them, they are paid, and they, you see, have little money, but they can do special things with, I don't know what happened with water in that region, but in terms of crafts and patrimonial jobs, they are really active. There is a teacher, there is a craftsman who work with leather. That was the house where he continues to sell the things he manufactured, shoes and belts, and he made it into a concept, which is something I would like to recommend to Chile, an organic museum. How can I transform what used to be a house in a workshop in the conception and the comprehension of its context? And this is why it is an organic museum. Well, he welcomes people, tells a story, offers them a coffee, contextualize people on what it's a look towards the world of the arts he produces. There's a leather museum with the road horses followed in the past. New places, renovated places. People get there, they are told a story on how it works, the traditions, and so on. That started to generate an organic museum circuit where the masters of traditional culture of the region, plenty of tourism, small city, but very well managed. All that is managed, organized by children, so they started to offer what it would be bed and breakfast, where I rent a room
empezaron a
from
generar
my house, and I also generate more income. So nowadays, they
los eventos, porque tiene un montón de eventos culturales,
think
el
of
turismo, sobre todo
several cultural events, gastronomy, culture, they have
moda,
restaurants, coffee shops,
de la identidad cultural.
audiovisual, fashion, everything that's generated from a cultural identity in the region. You can see there the cultural coffee, urban memorial, they have a different
Ahora un
cafe,
posgrado en arqueología.
traditional events. Now they have a postgraduate in social inclusive archaeology, very interesting because they have theoretical and practical classes. These classes are in the field
A partir de la lógica de los
experiences
museos urbanos,
along with the culture masters. And in these organic museums,
solo para
it results in a very transforming building, not only for the cities as a whole, but everyone that's involved in there participating. Then, once
el
more,
último caso que yo quería
everything
traerles
is connected. And the last case I wanted to bring to you was the case of a region, which is the region with fewest resources in the Sao Paulo state. And I mentioned the Sao Paulo state because within Brazil is the richest state, 40% or 30% or 35% of population. The budget of the state of Sao Paulo is the second most important in Brazil. It's the third one most important in Brazil, so it generates a lot of money for the national economy. However, in that region, there's a set of 21 municipalities, all of them is small. The biggest have 50,000 inhabitants, the rest 20,000 or less. Cultura. What always united the region was always the Ribeira River. And that's how the Brazil story starts. And to us, Brazilians who live 2 hours away by car is unknown, it's pretty unknown to us because it hosted the first golden cycle, it hosted the first rise cycle, everything came through the river. Since they had this wonderful idea of cutting a river to have a smaller circuit, and with the power of the river, everything became more complex because they had been like 2 or 3 meters width, and now it's like 100 meters width, and that make transport to make it more difficult. So it was a bad decision being made, a bad management. So in the last 70 years, the region became almost forgotten from the rest of the Brazilians, and that caused a lot of problems from this different standpoints, identity, culture, and people wanted to say, I want to leave this place, but it also meant something that is known as impressive richness. 90% of environmental preservation is the cradle of traditions, fantastic traditions, which is pretty strange. There's a lot of caves, everything you can think of in archaeology, and one of the hydric resources most important, which is the Ribeira River. Then we think, how can we work on a first recreative regional plan in Brazil? And when we look at these 21 municipalities working as a group so that they can also recognize themselves as united forces. And from that, we work on a project called the Gosto Cerdo Ribeira, because we think it's difficult to work entrepreneurship without working at the same time the self-esteem, the thing about recognitions of the value of identity. It is impossible to have someone who does not believe themselves, does not believe can be entrepreneur. So how can we show that person from the foreigner look that it is what they have is wonderful, is beautiful, and the value they have, and based on that to give them some more power so that they can transform the self with their own plans. So the strategic plan of economy the Agosto de Ribeira launched 2 months ago. That was a plan developed from the community. We interviewed more than 200 people, more than a lot of workshops with a lot of people, and we had a diagnosis of several creative industries such as crafts, gastronomy, tourism, with cultural diversity. But beyond that, the program, since it is in a region where a lot of economic advancements is needed, we created a plan with 25 actions, feasible actions, after pandemic with a low budget from the government. We know money is going to be scarce. Then in the action program, we have from things that need articulation among the integration between municipalities until things that are more of a exposure from the municipality outside. And all of them go through a social thing and economic elements. It is impossible to mention one without referring to the other. What you are seeing now is the 25 actions, and many of them need internal integration, others need a new reglementation of this bureaucratized or eliminating red tape. Money is not needed. It's just a mean diffusion because it's in a region. The more you know it, the more you fall in love with it, such as Los Lagos region. I'm pretty sure because I knew it from before, and I know now from Alex and all the speakers that have commented on it. I just wanted to mention two of those actions so that you can see how those two things work together. The first one is the construction of the memorial house and the affections of Ribeira, Vale do Ribeira, Ribeira Valley. It's a heritage house or patrimony house so that people can recognize themselves based on their own stories. So they can look back and say, okay, we used to be that rich that in the moment of golden cycle, moms used to use golden dust in their hair to be better for festivities. And dance balls, the first fight between Portuguese and Brazilians happened here, so people can value what they are based on what came from before their identity, their history, and that on a regional level, because the more we play, the better things happen. As the same thing that was happening in Santa Rita, together we are more. And always actions are connected to the GDP. I mean, Sustainable Development Goals, SDG. And the other action, which is also interesting for the Los Lagos region, which is the well-being tourism. All new studies from the World Tourism Organization say that the coming tourism next year or in the coming 2 years, what we call proximity tourism, the closeness tourism in the case of Brazil, due to the areas, the extensive areas, to us with our Brazilian mindset, it would mean like 500 kilometers. In the case of Chile, I don't know what's the equivalent proportion, but it's a tourism that if I know that something happened, I can go and I can be back home in a couple of hours or in a couple of flight time hours. You see, something providing me comfort to make the best of the place where I am or I will be and make the best of the process, not just the product. Make the best of the people who are there. You see, becoming more traveler and less tourists. Simple, nice, and natural. And that was what's connected, make us connect when that person said why that person felt nice to be from Ribeira. And they say, for example, okay, here there are interesting things, you see, they were like chai, but in the end, you see, they take impulse and saying mentioning the enormous richness, that's a lot of craft, local knowledge, natural diversity. plenty of different perspectives when looking at the world to reconnect to ourselves, of handwork, which is something important for fighting against mental suffering, something that it would be really necessary, and also employment generation. So in the graph you can see now on the left, there's plenty of hairdressers, a lot of people working with activities, I mean, manicure, things like that, you see? Spaces that make you reflect how can you train those people to do different things, messages, therapeutical work to boost that well-being tourism. And yeah, you can see a video, a 1.5 minute video to close this talk so that you can know about this wonderful region, and maybe you can transfer the looks to your own context.
Bueno, ¿cómo sabemos si de verdad las cosas...
How do we know if things are actually working? So that you can have an idea, we created that SR that represents several of the assets that they have in the region, and this is what they told us. What we did was just packaging what they all said, all of their insights, with the people who get there. Who can create a creative cities are the citizens. And so we created this territory brand as an identity of the process of the movement. And it was spontaneous, and the entrepreneurs started it, or the people who became entrepreneurs. And on the 23rd, there will be a digital auction organized by them with all of the products that have the brand of territory, the creative territory of the city. So it is good to catalyze this energy that is able to create social context and economic context temporarily with the people that live there, with the singularities of the territory, of the doing, the making, what constitutes a globalized world, the differences, to work with those differences. And so I love seeing pictures such as this one that translates what they are, and I think a good creative city it's made out of a lot of small territories, creative territories, and everyone who constitutes a creative city is a creative citizen, and the city is the result of that. So each one of us can feel and to be understand as a fractal creative, as part of the process, who is very well enhanced by the organization made by this encounter as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ana Carla. Truly wonderful. This about singularity and wellness. You were talking a lot about Frutillar and Los Lagos region. So to you that were unable to come this time, and to our friends who are in here, and we invite you online, and to everyone who's watching, I want to introduce to you a little bit about what this creative city is about. And my friend and friends, I want to show you the Yanquihue Lake, one of the biggest lakes in Latin America. And in the back, Osorno volcano with the eternal snow. To the right, we can find the Volcán Puntiagudo, and to the left, a volcano. Well, it's actually not a volcano, but they called it like that, the Tormentoso volcano. And to the left of this beautiful site, you can find the beautiful city of Frutillar. There is a ship that just passed as you were talking to us. People bathing, it's 18 degrees Celsius, it's a wonderful day. This is the creative city of Frutillar for all of you. It's beautiful. I want to invite you to our showcase number 3 and 4 with Ania Ivania, who performs urban music. It's beautiful. She's from Puerto Montt, the main city of the region, and the kids of the guys of Iguañe, progressive rock from Castro.
Hola, mi gente, soy Ania Ivania.
Hi, my name is Ania Ivania, and the song that I will be performing is Ollas, dedicated to the Petri Beach in Puerto Montt, for those of you who enjoy the beach and a sunny day in this austral region.
Olas, olitas de mar, darora, tarorero, darora, tarorero, tarorero. Olas, olitas de mar, darora, tarorero, darora, tarorero, tarorero. Ancoras en la arena, tocando el cielo voy, ancoras en la arena, tocando el cielo yo voy. Olas, olitas de mar, darora, darorero, darora, darorero, darorero. Olas, olitas de mar, darora, darorero, darora, darorero, darorero. Con el mar de compañero subimos tranquilos pa'l cerro. No existe reloj ni tiempo, y encontrándome yo voy. ese oleaje lleva la risa, la rabia y los recuerdos, la pena. Todos los sentires siempre llegan a la arena y en su sabiduría siempre vuelve a su tierra. Las olas son libres como los pájaros que en su vuelo llevan mensajes milenarios de estrellas de planetas a los que nunca regresaron, de mareas altas, bajas, de siglos pasados. Toma mi mano y corre conmigo. Toma mi mano y seremos los mismos. Aquellos niños que jugaban en la arena, armar castillos antes que suba la marea. Olas, olitas de mar, tarora, tarorero, tarora, tarorero, tarorero.
Mi nombre es Anivania, tengo 26 años, soy de Puerto Montt.
My name is Anivania. I'm 26 years old. I am from Puerto Montt. I was raised and born here. We mix soul with a bit of jazz, funky, loop, and reggae. And I've been working with Alfredo for about 3 years. We are making a new record, and it's been a very fun and pandemic process. I am grateful of music in these pandemic times. It's been a strength for me.
Cero. Grita lo que un día le atormenta, más liberazo que llora. Su isla me canta canciones, su verde frondoso me abraza. Llora a los muertos oxidados por el frente de mal tiempo. Llena de musgo los recuerdos, craquelando viejos amores. Y a veces me canta al oído canciones de viento norte. En mi región la lluvia se hace canción, la risa se vuelve pájaro esperando al sol. Guayrabos y queltehues me visitan en la vieja ruta milenaria, perdida entre lechos y arrayanes, en la humedad frondosa de Alerce. Los ríos llevan males en su cauce, nos sumergen al profundo azul marino, entre lobos, torinas y peces, de ellos ya no quedan señales. Llena de musgo los recuerdos, craquelando viejos amores. Y a veces me canta al oído canciones de viento norte. En mi región la lluvia se hace canción, la risa se vuelve pájaro esperando al sol. Deja ya de llorar, Puerto Azul, tu risa quiero ver. En tu claridad aparece la estrella.
no esté aquí, todo será igual. Mañana perseguirán a otros sin piedad. Empeumayo día Catileo, Empeumayo día Lincoman. La lluvia limpiará mi sangre y el viento hará correr la voz. ¿Dónde están los tesoros de Yancupel? ¿En qué cueva lo habrá escondido? ¿Dónde está el pirata de las Huaytecas? Ese que a los ricos desafió. Con engaño y represión tratarán de despojar a todo mi pueblo de la tierra y del mar. Que te dieron que estás dormido, ven, levántate ahora conmigo. La lluvia limpiará mi sangre y el viento hará correr la voz. ¿Dónde están los tesoros de Yancupel? ¿En qué cueva lo habrá escondido? ¿Dónde está el pirata de las Huaytecas? Ese que a los ricos desafió. De haber quemado, me acusaron de haber robado, me acusaron de haber matado, me acusaron de haber quemado. Me matarán por pelo negro, me matarán por ser moreno, me matarán por orgulloso, me matarán por indio. Las balas son para matarme, la cárcel es para callarme, las torturas para quebrarme, el Estado busca culpable. Me matará la oligarquía, me persigue la policía, me matará la hipocresía, me matarán por indio.
Bueno, la banda Huichañez está muy conectada con...
Huichañez band is connected with the territory, with its people, and with the music produced from nature. We rescue our identity, oriented towards the indigenous perspective. And on the other hand, from the point of view of the speech, our band takes elements from our history and tries to compare those with the present. Our first music work was a story from here, the story for Pedro Mariño Incupen, a character accused of of having said that he had killed 29 persons, and we wanted to be part of that time.
Voy a naufragar a esta tempestad, a los explotadores yo me someteré, hoy salgo a navegar por fiordos y canales, mi rumbo he de tomar y me liberé de la aristocracia comerciante de Chilhue. A menudo engañaban, pero Ñancumel no estaba para estafar. Y me liberé de toda la injusticia que mata por codicia. Y me liberé de todos los abusos, de toda la mentira. Y me liberé del rey del ciprés y de toda su avaricia. Y me liberé.
What a great group, the kids, the guys from Wichan and Avani as well. Great music, so much talent. Congratulations, and what a beautiful content with ETC Los Lagos. The idea is that everyone who were part of the chose to use that content and to think how to export that and get to other cities. So that is a gift for them so that they can be successful in their music entrepreneurship. And let's thank once again to those who made it possible, people from multimedia who worked very hard to achieve this content with a high level, and the Texur, the guys from the streaming who are governing what is going on here, from Wikimedia, Kiwi Media, and the people that are doing the translations. So thank you for the strength and courage working with us, and thank you very much. We are more than 20 people in production. Here, we are 8 in this building, and everyone who is working with us from Planea, Plades, from other companies that we have just mentioned. This is creative economies. This is creative industries. Not just the artists that we're watching here, but also us that are working in the production, publications, working from the stage, this divine theater, and everyone here working like crazy. So hi, everyone. We'll show you at some point. You make it happen. And now we have a wonderful panel, and I'm very interested about this one. We have incredible guests. We have a bunch of stars. We were listening the musicians from Los Lagos region, a sample of the talent that you can find in this region, not just in music, but also gastronomy, crafts, cinematography, all of the areas you can find here in Los Lagos region. And as we were saying in the morning, as a companies that are part of this region, it is a great contribution for our region and also national economy. In that sense, we would like to talk about Los Lagos region, and we want to understand what is the identity of Los Lagos region, what distinguishes from other regions and the rest of the world. There has to be something with chilotes, Germans, huiliches, and all of these cultures that have joined in this territory. In order to do so, we will have a panel and the moderator will be Tomás, Executive Director of Fundación Plades. That is my boss. That was unnecessary, but yeah, it is my boss. And he will reprimand you. I don't think so. And we have 3 important guests. Paulina Ross, who is Regional Director of Cernatur of the National Service of Tourism. Eva Rojas, Academic Architecture, National Award-winning of Architecture Prize. And Marcelo, a great friend, the Director of the Museum Department of University of Chile, and also the Fluvial Festival in Valdivia. A man who is involved in academia.
Saludos, Paulina.
And hi, Paulina. Hi, boss.
Marcelo, bienvenido.
And Marcelo, welcome, and the floor is yours. Thank you for a great introduction and such a great event. I was just a part of a panel of representatives of different creative cities of the world, and it's an incredible participation and how eager people are to interact and create content. I took so many notes. As Jose introduced us, we will just get to it, and we would like to thank Paulina. We were in a hurry. She came in a plane. She was coming, I don't know if Futaleufur, Cochamó. She comes from a hotspot of cultural identity. And we will continue in an order. We want to have 2 rounds of conversations where we can have a space so that each person can have 5 minutes of leadership in those conversations. The idea is to interrupt each other in those 5 minutes, but then you give the floor to someone else. We want 5 minutes, one based in identity and then one based in tourism, looking at tourism, a view of how tourism is an interpreter. And without further ado, I would like to invite Edward to talk to us and to deploy a few ideas that have come here about patrimony, the different identity areas of our region, about the endemic. Edward has a lot to talk about that. Cultural and all of those things. Edward. Good afternoon. Hello, everyone, all the guests and the panel. Thank you for the invitation for this conversatory. In the first place, I'd like to say that it's important to have a clear idea of what is the territory that we are talking about. Los Lagos region is without a doubt an administration limit, because there are connections that go beyond that administration limit. Like Los Rios region, that was part of this biggest region that was called Los Lagos region. So as Tomas was saying, we have these cultural runners and social and cultural ones that can generate that in a connection with Los Lagos region. And what it means, these cultural racers, the influence of the Chilote world, the Patagonia from Argentina, and in Tierra del Fuego. Without a doubt, I think it's very interesting to have a broader look of what the region is, the boundaries of a region. In the university, we did an exercise from Patagonia, what was called Patagonia, considering that there is an Argentinian Patagonian and a Chilean Patagonia, which was called the insular Patagonia. And we were analyzing the limits of Patagonia. And we understand that as the starting point from San Martín de los Andes, Argentina, and which is the equivalent to the Mucula frontera in Chilean space. And that was defined by the existence and the process of the sightseeing of coihues and some endemic birds of the territory like bandurrias. And I think we have a bigger territory, which is Patagonia. Los Lagos region, it's part of it. And in terms of defining the structure of this region, without a doubt, I would say it's multicultural. It is comprised by many elements. All of native people, from Huiliches, Mapuches, etc. And that it's also expressing, they develop their culture in different areas of the territory. Huiliches from the coast, Huiliches from Chiloé, you have the Mapuche from of the mountains, of the valley, and then you have the cluster, in the case of Chiloé, that gives birth to the Chilote people, which is a mixture of Huiliches and native people with Spanish. And in the case of Osorno, the mixture is bigger. You have some type of criollo with the indigenous and Spanish or other type of people who came, like French, and it's a cluster of cultures that allow us today to say that the culture of Los Lagos region is multicultural and it's mixed, it's hybrid. And that it's what we want to point out. We could talk about where can we find meeting points in this cluster of cultures developing this territory, and the nature of each one of these territories that are occupied contribute an identity to each one of those cultures. And we were talking with Tomas about a concept when we were talking about a few works that we did here in Chiloé, and we were talking about palafitos architecture. We were talking about what's endemic, what's what is that they have in that culture. Endemic, it's something that's something exclusive of certain locations, and it's important to say what's endemic from a region. In the base, there's something that has to do with the idea of this creative industry. And that is a foundation. In our case, in Chiloé, we are permanently assisting, and we just saw it in that music video, where there is a permanent creativity in the areas of music, art, literature, crafts, gastronomy, and it has to do with the elements that are from this territory. The woods, the crafts, woods are in the center of the materials that are from this place, and I think woods, wool, and above all, these beautiful places that generates that permanent thing, that something that doesn't change, and that can sustain a view towards creative tourism. And as Tomas was saying, it creates the own identity. Without a doubt, it is a multicultural culture. In that sense, I think it's good to connect with what we're discussing with Marcelo. Like, where is the meeting point of all of these identities? Like Germans, all the continental area that have a very German trace. Excuse me, I forgot to say everything that it means, the German colonization. We always talk about Germans, but it's important to talk about the Palestinians as well. There is architecture patrimony related to Germany, but it has a lot of layers, and Marcelo will be able to add more. And remembering the conversation we had the other day, that big continental area, the Chilote culture with everything that's associated with it, the wood culture of Palena, Gaucha, more to the mountains, the indigenous culture related to the areas of water, and there are a lot of more layers. And I wanted to connect with Marcelo, since we were talking about all of these identities. How do we deepen those? How do we connect them? Where are those connection points? And we were talking a lot about patrimony and architecture of the territory. You know a lot about the worlds of the arts, of going out to the street, but also anthropology, looking at it in layers. Marcelo.
Gracias, Tomás, por la pregunta. Y bueno,
thank you, Tomás, for the questions. And first, I want to say hi to Paulina Ross. And with all of you, it's great to share with you. I want to say hi to everyone who's looking at us in this platform. Like Edward said, the concept of identity. When we talk about identity, we cannot say it's just a monolithic definition. Identities are diverse. And as many authors say, it's a dynamic process, and it comes from a subjective construction. Some people say this is a construction that is told, and that creates a speech, and it also creates materiality. And in that sense, and under that point of view, the region of Los Lagos is an administration territory, but it's also a cultural territory, which is very diverse. And in that sense, I also share what Professor Rojas said, to look at ourselves at something beyond Los Lagos region. It's part of the discussion. Regions that you share a view, cultural views, and also certain ecological determinations. And on the other hand, there is a story where we can find each other, and it has to do with the preterite time. We are part of a construction that has been built on time, and we have a patrimony in common, which is archaeology, and it shows it. We share a starting point like Monteverde. For all of us who work in the countryside, patrimony is relevant. It's near Puerto Montt, and it is currently under the administration of Universidad Austral. And there we gather and we meet in a time of the past. With time, we find again in these meeting points that take place in a context of the encounter between two worlds, the European world and the local world, with all of its diversity. And then you have a contact with Spanish. And we have a inflection point that is relevant and will generate influences and will generate this hybrid process that are very alive in our territory. And it gives us a patrimony legacy that it can be touched, and a physical one that we can see evidently in Chiloé with the fortified systems that they have. And we also have this corridor, this racer. It's like the royal path in this 18th century. It is a territory that's articulated by several relationships, and we cannot forget that those other points that come from the indigenous world. Those were connected by lofts of refuse. These territories were articulated by big paths and small paths, and we cannot forget the way that we can meet with the waters, with the water, the sea, who allowed globalizations. But among Gualmapu, there was also an interaction with water, with the techniques of navigation. And even in the Yanquihue lake, we found a dalca, a canoe, and that shows these practices. We have meeting points later with the birth of national state and colonization of the South. And there we can have an instant where you can see and those reproduction of these interchange and some interesting hybrid connections. There are theses that talk about the Chilote identities, and Professor Rojas can tell us more about that. But this German tradition fused with Chilote, not just a technique, but also in what's physical, creating a new identity. And then we have other meeting points from the 20th and 19th century with these migratory flows, not just from Europe, but also from other nations. That allow us to have singularity points, particularity points, but also allow us to have other service meeting points, and in a more patrimonial key that has generated a heritage that cannot be touched. And we have it, and sometimes we don't realize it. We have that interaction and physical evidence. Some are obvious. And in that sense, if we think about it, if we come out of the monument of the object itself, we can find that we share a patrimony. And in those meeting points, that's called cultural itinerary, like the Camino Real, but also these cultural sites, the interaction between the person and their cultural load and its environment. And we can generate new spaces that are a reflection of this cluster of identities. And clearly, these spaces are filled with creativity. There is no way to adapt to the ecological reality, the social and cultural reality, if we don't have that capacity of adaptation. And that, in essence, is creativity. And Frutillar is an example of this. Not only with the German colony, but there are different ways to integrate to these territories and require creative responses. And or all people, they found technological answers to develop. And if we look at it from a artistic creative point of view, from the beginning of the Spanish colony, they began doing exchange with music genre, literature, and then started to create an identity, a product that are unique, can be expressed in not just in art itself, but also in the cultural world in a transversal way. Gastronomy can show this, all of the links that are lived on time. Marcelo.
De nuevo, me estoy echando la otra mitad del cuadernito que tenía, porque hay
Again, I wrote so much with what you say. I took so many notes. From everything you're saying, we need to continue to work. So there is a characterization of Edward, of the territories with different physical points. You can say, you can do a whole seminar with that, but you have just made a taxonomy that's very powerful, that it's crossed with what we just said, these meeting points, and you found so many meeting points, and it is wonderful. It's interesting. How do we get to those meeting points? How do we make those possible? These layers that have been found, looking at them separately, those can generate products. I don't know if the word product it's good, but I mean content. And you end up saying that it is a great meeting point. And I will connect that briefly with something that a friend from Creative Cities was saying from Italy. He was saying how the networks of small cities in Italy are the boost of creativity. Lamborghini makes different parts and then they mix them together until they can make the whole thing of all of the levels. And those creative territories are integrated and can be integrated if there's a will. It cannot, it's not necessarily done spontaneously. And I'll make a stop to the timer, because I want to talk to Paulina, how tourism can help us to create those stories, to interpret those stories. What do you say? What can you say about that? Hi, Thomas. It's great to say hi to Edward. It's great to talk to him, and also Marcelo. And as I was hearing what you were discussing, besides the fact that it is an honor to be sitting here with you, it's so much fun to hear what you're saying, that since from the territories, we sell products and services. I hope that we could all have a speech or something to say, not just the tourist guide. Probably many tourist guides know that and can connect the contact that we have as a territory. Because if we talk about a region, these are current times, but these territories are and have been inhabited for millions of years. There is a continuous story, and I hope that the people that live here could know that, and so that those people can tell to those stories to those who come here. It would be great if everyone would have a subject at school that, besides enjoying the place that you're living in and the story of the place where you're living, and how to know how to talk about it. How do we unify it in a more simple way, in a fun way, and that cuts attention? To be honest, in Los Lagos region, the people, the visitors, by nature atomization, we are absolutely atomized in terms of nature, marine connectivity, we have great air connections, we have services within destinations, and those destinations have tourist attractions. When I hear you speak, I really want everyone to know that. How do we give this information in order to have a richer destination? We have tourists, but that tourist comes here for the nature and not so much for the culture. And how do we contribute them and how they take advantage of the tourism, of the story we have to tell and the content? Because we're also talking about the creative destinations, creative cities, and how do we incorporate a root? How do we incorporate the root that we have here in the territory? How do we enhance that? How do we transfer that so that the content that we're working on, and I'm sure we have some great neurons here in this panel to co-create something that's already created. But what we need is to show it to people, bring it to light, and to make this content something much more powerful that can help us to decrease stationality and to extend the average stay so that tourists can have a more transversal offer, and so that someone, or if someone stays 4 to 5 days in one hotel, and to offer a diversification of that offer so that they can have rural tourism with lots of different characteristics, not just in Yanquihue Lake. We have a beautiful territory with climate conditions that are favorable all year long. Not that if we have sun, but each season of the year has a little something, has love. If it will rain, then it will. And when it's too hot and when you have 5 days of sun, you say, okay, I need some rain. And the locals need the rain because in order to have this green, we need to have water.
Se nos va formando a nosotros una idiosincrasia local.
Then we have a
Estamos rodeados.
local idiosincrasy according to what we are surrounded with. Marcelo has mentioned that as well as Edward. The place we live in, the place we have to be, or the place we have chosen to be, gives you certain characteristics that we need to convey. So how we relate all these about tourism, that's quite a challenge. Starting there, because we need to convey probably the best account, the best story possible, the most realistic and the oldest, the one that's catchy, you see, the one that's interesting. And this is it. When we talk about maritime connections, Los Lagos region has been inhabited due to the lake navigations, or how wood was transported from the lakes, where territories didn't have any borders. So there's several territories in the region, which are obviously, you see, colonization not necessarily was just from a town, it comes from the wood. For example, Chiloé, coastal side of Costa, or continental Chiloé. Clearly there, Chilotes blood was there, regardless of some others who are coming and are adding and creating this account. This is what's fun about it. The account will be richer and richer. And additionally, we have now a pandemic, and pandemic will, of course, leave it scars behind, and it will change some ways of acting. The biggest focus of contagion, I don't want to go into it, but you know, but Paulina, in the second round, I would like to refer to the pandemic. We know it has generated quite a change in the tourism strategies. We're looking at the cultural heritage, sustainable tourism. Obviously, you see, it's a lot to talk about.
No sé si existe, Paulina, pero una especie como...
I don't know if it exists, but probably there's like an ad honorem committee of people from this world, between Marcelo, Edward, and others, helping to rethink from culture, from that depth, the strategies of the territory promotion. There is a consulting culture council. I was invited to be part of it not a long time ago. Among public services, it is difficult sometimes to communicate and to connect among each other. Although we have the need to do it many times because we have different priorities in technical terms. But not a long time ago, I met someone who invited to me to this roundtable conversation. Well, and this is something I would like to have. And it might be really interesting to offer that now. I mean, private public relations. My table is not that big in the office, you see, but these platforms are useful. I would be glad to work towards that objective. With Planeas, at some point in the first meetings we had around PTI, we talked about local identity and about how people feel about being local. Not everyone feels the same way, and there's plenty of people that will feel ignored and seen. And that has to do with personal stories and with their own roots. Well, Edward, he was awarded a national prize, architecture national award. He comes from another place, from the very north, from Antofagasta. So he gives us a different look about, I mean, being enamored of that place. That's the place you chose to live. I don't know if you still feel that enchantment. So now we should go and try to turn this subject and try to make the best in the use of time. And talking about creativity, we were talking about creative tourism. We were talking about, well, this tourism, this cultural tourism. What is this about creative tourism? That's something different there. How you involve with tourism in a different manner.
Te doy la palabra.
Sí. Okay, bueno, the word is yours. The floor is yours. I was paying attention to Marcelo, Paulina, and Tomás. Trying to find some meeting point to start underpinning a new look about the region identity. Undoubtedly, we said this before, this thing about cultural identities of regions is multicultural. And I think that identity should be based on what heritage is, both tangible and intangible in a place, particularly in this region. And therefore, that heritage, by all means, will be expressive, multi-expressive, depending on each group, and depending on that, the expressions will be different. So when we talk about heritage, it's essential. We can also point out that landscape is the heritage of heritage, and we start from there. Paulina was saying that people who come here attracted by the landscape, by the geography, but the landscape has also some components, some components of the social and cultural landscape, which finally define the different types of heritage of this collage where identity cultural is made of. Then I would add, and I would mention cultural, human, and natural landscape at the core of a promotion of territory aiming to the definition of this creative tourism based or founded on the dimension of a social cultural heritage. That would be good when we are aiming towards that. And within that scope, everything we can develop, yourself through these platforms, what everyone is doing allow, enable things related to education. You see, education from the early childhood, the evaluation of the dimension, tangible and intangible heritage should be there in education, rooted in education. Let me tell you that some years ago, when we have the architecture school at the from the Arcis University here in Chile, and with a group of students, we were working to now file, a binder or file, I'm going to show you, for 6 heritage churches to assemble, cut out to assemble on scales. Well, I applied to some funds for arts. I never was awarded anything. And through the Amigos Foundation, Chiloé Church Friends Foundation, that's going to be possible. And it will be important because through that file, students will have the possibility to assemble churches and compare them among geographical and ecological senses. And that would be nice for tourists to take as souvenirs cultural elements, important elements from this culture. This is the way we have to follow to feel this territory with creative elements, putting education in the center, education both from children or for children, community education, as well as the education of visitors who need to understand and comprehend the marvelous these multicultural aspects present us. It's interesting. What's implicit there is that the whole region inhabitants become interpreters and guides for the tourists and make them visitors rather than tourists. That's a work that needs to be done along with education. Somebody says I watched a TV program where Chilote Singe was being interviewed. He's the owner of Palafite. And that was fantastic because he was inviting people. He understood the importance of having this richness in his hands, culture, heritage, tangible and intangible. He has an original house. It was not the expression of what we do now as our architecture, as authored architecture, with this boutique hotels or accommodations. In this case, it was a house open as accommodation, and he invites people to live in his house. He teaches them the secrets of their house and how you, open that hatch or that cover, and that sun stays towards the beach. And when you put it down and you go to feed seafood and then preparing food, you can imagine the wonderful experience for the people participating in this cultural activity. And he's on the same opportunities as and he presents opportunities similar to what boutiques hotel offers. You see two different options, which is living the Chilote experience from close. You see every visitor, as long as they assume there that possibility, you see, and people living there put their own resources in favor of culture, in favor of tourism. That's quite inspiring, quite inspiring. Let me interrupt you for a while. Okay, let's do it more messy, you see. What Edward was saying there, the authentic thing is gold. Authenticity is gold. What that person is doing in Palafite, taking people to the sea to fish, is something authentic. Going for seafood, you see, it's not lying. It's real, and that presents us a value. And we, as hosts, should know. Because that person already knows that. See, the fisher person, the fisherman in this case, knows that that is important. Then imagine that he puts that into value, and we need to relay. We need to be able to transfer this. For example, a cooking, harvesting fruit, picking up fruits. Everything has their own enchantment, their own attractiveness, and this region gives us that possibilities. it is important that we can keep seasonability. You see, I'm not
una
saying
visitación
that
mucho más pareja.
just one season would be nice.
Bien, es uno de los
I do hope that people should visit us all year round, and that should be one of the attributes of
como esa es una de las principales
creative
ventajas
cities and creative tourism, and that
que
would be
tienen
one of the
una
main
transversalidad
advantages of
de
creative
visitación durante.
cities, which are
Quiero-
cross-sectional
Está
in
perfecto.
terms of visits.
Estamos
I don't
felices
wanna
con esto.
touch those
Pero
points so deeply. You see,
para
we're
relación
happy with that.
y el
I
lujo que es lo
wanted to make that connection. How
Digamos bien esta
good,
conversación
how nice is
y de ahí salen cosas
authenticity.
inesperadas. Marcelo, tú tienes la experiencia de fluvial.
Marcelo, you have the
Impactó la
experience of fluvial,
había
a
música
festival,
y el río.
fluvial. There was music
No sé, ¿cuándo era
at the
esto?
side of the,
Era,
of
yo
the
creo, ¿no?
river. That was in spring, right? Okay, that's
Y
in
uno
the
queda
late
sorprendido
November
de
and in
la
the early
ciudad
December. And once you go there, you get amazed. You're amazed at the city gathering
yo
different
creo
people
que
here in the region.
tal vez una deuda con
I think we
usar el
are
espacio público
in
y también con el
debt,
espacio público.
with using
Estamos con
public
Edward, pero
spaces.
el rollo de nuestra ciudad,
Something we don't talk to with Edward,
desafío, para
but
ponerlo de manera
some
positiva, ¿no?
things there are challenges in this city of those urbanisms and
Marcelo,
creative industries.
algo,
You've been
no sé,
into that. Tell us about that. Tell us.
por ahí.
Bueno, de hecho, Fluvial tiene un subtítulo que se llama Música y Ciudad.
In fact, Fluvial's motto is music and city, and it pursues, well, its goal with the alliance with the platforms for musical industry with the Austral University, where plenty of communities participate. We have generated a professional event so that the new Chilean talent
por programadores internacionales
can
y
be seen by national and international people, organizers. So we organize an agenda of 80, around 80 showcases in different scenarios, stages, and we put that on these showcases with an excellent sound quality, installing 7 stages, some of them close to the river and some others in bars, at bars in the city. And we try to take ownerships of the city with music to generate interactions, to generate what we are discussing about. Meeting points are vital for the creative development, deep down to find development spaces with professional careers. And in that sense, this festival comes with training, workshop, and also network building and business building. And this year we have added a new element, which is environment, because we want to make concrete actions for environmental sustainability, and we have included a development area for First Nations. So we're doing or working with something cultural there. So we should have a lake, fluvial, and a sea. You see a fjord, something incredible, everything represented. You have a wonderful landscape, you have a good team, the infrastructure, you have all the conditions. This happens, well, in Valdivia, it's a lot of work.
Pero también, esto también es fruto de que hay una ciudad
But
que se ha preocupado por
it's also the product coming from a city trying to safeguard their cultural landscape, their environment. Fluvial doesn't work the same way in the different cities because certain conditions are required. And in that sense, I would like to connect to what Edward was saying before about the importance of heritage in the construction of those destinations. I believe there is a planning dimension that goes beyond destination construction. There must be a systematic work on value, both for the value putting in heritage and the cultural heritage chain. We cannot ignore those are processes part of a big chain, links in that chain, so we cannot skip some certain stages. I think that for cultural heritage, we can see there what's evident, but there's plenty of things that is not evident, and it requires to be subject to research. And this is what we need to do. We need a lot of research for heritage in order to reveal, to unveil all the riches, document it, record it, so that we can share it later in terms of heritage or cultural discussions.
Tenemos un talento
cultural
vivo, pero hay que darle herramientas para
heritage. We have an heritage that's alive, but we need to provide them with tools so that that idea can be transformed into a play, and that has options for circulating within other groups, other markets. And finally, there is a component that needs balance, that needs to provide balance. It is important to have a plan in
la
there,
conservación de toda esta
so it
riqueza
should
y el
present
uso
the
turístico de ella.
counterweight in the concentration of all this wealth and the richness and the touristic use of it, because we need to think of the type of tourism we
Porque si
want,
no,
what
no
type of
creo que
territories we are yearning for.
territoriales
Otherwise,
en el
equalities
ejercicio, digamos. Tanto porque no
can be
integremos
produced in territories, and in
toda
the
esa
exercise,
riqueza,
because we might not be integrating the value of the
¿cierto?
richness,
Que se generen
and also there might be the possibility to
qué sé yo,
generate
Ahí quería,
real estate speculation. You see,
para
it's
ir
important,
viendo
an
lo que ya en
important thing to
minutos más se cierra el
talk
panel.
to. We have just
Y
like 10 more minutes.
súper interesante que tiene que
And Marcelo, you're referring to something really important. It has
o sea, bueno,
to do with
de mi
sustainability.
libro, así que
And now, well, you see, I have
mucho
just to my
contenido,
notebook. I don't have
excepto
any more room for notes. There's plenty of content. Planning beyond
y está esta
destination
captura y estas otras
construction. We
crea
have
contenido
talked
como
about
luego
layers and how these layers allow us to
afuera y
create
cómo eso es todo un
content, how tourism put this out and how that creates a value chain,
entrando para
how
que
Corfo does their thing. So there's plenty of stakeholders,
y
plenty
el
of
tema del
actors
turismo y la
contributing with their own thing. And
temazo,
tourism
no
and
solo por el lado
sustainability
económico, ¿cierto? De que
is
el negocio se
quite a
sustente
subject, not only on the economic
sobre
side,
turismo, como el turismo
but for example, when we talk
se
about
genera
over
graves
tourism,
problemas en
how
lugares
tourism as
ciudad
a
se convierte en un lugar
predator,
lleno de tacos, lleno de gente durante
sometimes it's
que no
even
le hace bien
difficult to
a ningún
walk
tipo
or
de
to
turismo.
drive,
Y me imagino que en
and
otras
it's not good for any type of tourism. I think that
y quiero
in other
tomar
places might be the same. And I want to take something Edward was saying,
ojo con que Puerto Varas
based on what's endemic,
y tiene
you see, pay
hoteles desde el año
attention to it.
50,
Puerto
desde el año, no
Varas
sé,
has
no
hotels
sé, Eduardo,
from the
ese libro que me
50s.
mostraste de los trenes, desde el
Edward,
20,
the book you showed me about
por lo tanto es cultura,
is from the
turismo es cultura.
20s. You see, it's culture. Tourism is culture in Puerto Varas. It is not,
Piensa en
I
Puerto
mean, a chance that Santiago think of Puerto Varas as the first destination for a second house, a second dwelling.
Vacaciones, porque finalmente, el turismo
And that
también es parte de nuestra
means a
cultura,
lot,
es parte de
see?
nuestra identidad.
Because tourism is part of our culture and identity.
Muchos
And now
no van a
all
volver tan
hotels are closed. Some restaurants will
¿Cómo
have
volvemos en
difficulty in opening. How are we returning in this small breathing? We are looking at identity. We are looking at culture, creative tourism as a way to return. So let's transform ourselves, or let's transform the inhabitants of that region in travelers. And those who come, let's invite them to be local travelers. How can we do that? That's a smaller space for a final round in this subject. I was listening to Paulina talking about sustainability and how we can break this up. You see?
La gran tarea, ¿no?
That should be, I mean, one of the main challenges or a great task. 33 years ago, when we created the Museum of Arts, or the illusion of what should be a modern art, in a time where all museums were closed in Chile, artists didn't have a space for them. And that led us to develop a self-guide and define that this could be possible. This utopia could be possible. And for 30 years, with a lot of effort, we kept this proposal. And 3 or 4 years ago, the government recognizes the existence of this museum. And nowadays, year by year, they give us some funding, and we need, I mean, to do the accountability, but it's part of the organizations from the state, because the state has understood that providing the museum 60 million Chilean pesos of fee per year for maintenance or for keeping the museum operating was much more economic than having a state-run museum that would be even more than 60 Chilean million pesos. That would be the monthly resource that we have to use. Then, what's interesting about it, in terms of this, what enables to obtain this funding was education. And when we talk about education with creative synergies, we can break sustainabilities and we can work from the dimension of education. We have two wonderful experiences in the museum. One was developed during October and November in spring some years ago. And that school, those school children from 10 schools, plus some other museum artists and plus some scientists, they did a wonderful work that was putting in value what means that you see some fish come from Alaska to be fed to Chiloé. You see, that was from the point of view. 200 children did a sarapito with a mache paper, some of them cutting out, and in a museum room that was full of this work, these sarapitos in the sun. There was all these curlews were there from the point of view in summer when artists came here and made the work based on curlews done by children. Children have done that. They have taken their parents to the museum, and that's how creative synergies are generated. Something fundamental to develop this. There was a German artist, and she visited different neighboring places, and she asked the neighbors for an object. You see, she got ashtrays, an egg, an old guitar, a book, plenty of objects. And she showed that, exhibit that in the museum as a flying carpet, and that make all that people go to the visit saying, okay, I'm going to look this toothbrush in this art exhibition. How can we create? How can we create paradigms? And how can we use creativity to put it in the center of the development of a different proposal? I think that's fundamental. Oh, you see the Contemporary Art Museum is a wonderful place.
Sí, dale. Tenemos que ir cerrando.
I would like to say something.
Intervención, no, está bien, con tu tiempo. Okay. Pero pensando que es como la última vuelta que le vamos a dar al tornillo.
This is the last round for talking about cultural identity in territory. I would like to say, mentioning something about this cultural identity. And thinking of this pandemic format or pandemic mode, everyone, well, all the industries being affected. I wouldn't like to delve into that. I come from Futaleufu. We went by water and we returned by air, and there's a lot of fear. Obviously, the region is not in the best of its times, but it's been proven, well, that when you wear a mask, you wash your hands, and distance, social distance, avoids in a high percentage any type of contagion. And I think that valids fear. I think that the invitation here is to protect yourself. That one, it could be close, could be contagion. The main focus of contagion are social activities. They are not labored. It's not tourism.
Los funerales, los velorios que en esta región son importantes, son
things like that. You see, it's not mourning,
actividades sociales,
which are long, you see. Social activities are those that are causing contagion. We need to transform what's good, what we get in something better. We don't want crowds of people, but we want better people, not in budget times. We need to take care of everything. This pandemic will have a lot of waste. Residues, we will have to hopefully recycle, but each mask, each waste that's being produced due to pandemic is something we need to think. We will have to think when it comes to what we will have to do.
Además de ponernos desafíos, también nos abre oportunidades
apart from posing us challenges, also opportunities we will have to use because they will be there suddenly, and we will have to work on them so that we can reopen it.
Va a estar un rato con nosotros y nosotros vamos a tener que
the pandemic will be here for a while, and we will have as a tourism, tourism receptive as we
ya
are in
vamos a
our
tener
region,
que tomar
know
las
how to handle it.
pensar que todo el resto está
We
contagiado,
will have to take measures
pero no por
and to
eso
think
no
that
dejar que vengan. Ya es
everyone
una
is
industria que es muy importante para la región de los lagos.
has contracted the virus,
Digamos en el
but
ADN en
that
1920.
shouldn't prevent us from coming. You see, in
Quizás de la región de los
1920, one of the tourist cities of
probablemente
Los Lagos region
de la misma época más o menos, y así
you see,
otras
already has a hotel. Some of the hotels are from that time, and some of the buildings that were
no tener
around
miedo, no caigamos en la cultura del
time.
miedo.
The call is don't be afraid. Let's not be in this culture of fear. Obviously, we have to protect ourselves. This is the call I would like to
sin
make
duda va a
today,
dejar
and this
una
undoubtedly
cicatriz.
will leave a scar,
También va a dejar un cambio cultural,
not only on economic terms, but also in a cultural change.
sea en beneficio también de las
And I
comunidades.
do hope and
Excepción de la
I do want
que vamos a
in
tener que
favor of
trabajar.
local economies, well, with the exception of garbage and waste, something we will have to be working on. We've been working on that for a lot of time and we wanted to reduce that, but the pandemic has not been positive for that. This is something I wanted to say from the tourist vision. Well, these platforms will be even more and more common. You see, you can see from different places we are now connected, and we can be doing a reflection, you see, and gather ourselves. It wouldn't be possible if we hadn't had the pandemic. It would have been a carbon footprint because of the trip, you see, and now, yesterday I was in the opening of a singer, was online, you see, and instead of traveling and being there, instead of having that wine celebration, wine ceremony where everyone you see is more focused on drinking wine, we had a possibility of having this artist telling us all the process step by step. It was a wonderful meeting. It was more intense, it was deeper, and with an audience, with a bigger audience, not that elitist, that in a regular exhibition could have been. Okay, and now how you see horrible task of starting.
Muy breve, yo comparto lo que ha planteado el profesor Rojas, es súper importante.
I share what Professor Rojas said. It's important to look inside. Sometimes we have to look outside and also inside and be concerned of local communities where we have to do this job and to put value to the local culture. And on the other hand, it's something that has always also been discussed in this space is the importance of having, of working together, collaborating. It's important for the patrimony of the cultural development. It's something that we all have to do in all sectors, and it is an invitation that I'm giving to all of you to articulate, and it will be very necessary for us in order to get to a common destination. From Los Ríos to Chiloé, insular Chiloé, we close this conversation of identity. I believe all of these materials will be available so that we can create platforms to continue to discuss about this. We are a lot of people who are concerned about not stopping the conversation. Paulina Rose said, we don't want more tourism, but we want a better tourism. And that is a great answer for it. Lego means play well. Let's invent a word that could mean travel well and travel a lot and in a deep way. And sometimes you just have to leave your house with the right mindset to travel. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Paulina, for what you talked to, for what you made to talk to us. Best success. Thank you. And our host from Teatro del Lago. How will we close this? What's next?
Así, como lo hiciste, muchas gracias.
Like you just did. Thank you, Tomás. That was great. Thank you, Tomás, for moderating. I loved it. I think we should do more of these and to have your help. Thank you for the guests, for being here. Paulina, Marcelo, we already knew each other and we have some ideas in mind to continue to move forward. And Edward, I really love hearing you speak your wisdom. I promise you, and I hope that at some point when this is all more calm, to travel and see you and hug you, because I love meeting you. And now we will continue, and it's the end of the day.
Pero antes de cerrar,
But before we wrap it up, we have a few things to say. We have workshops in the afternoon, 3 workshops, an open workshop by Victor Palma from Marca Chile, and he will be telling us and what are the benefits of creating a step-by-step in order to use the brand Chile. This is important. We're thinking about exporting our products. We have a lot of materials for musicians and for all of them. Think about it as a booking that you can export. And parallel to that, I will be making a workshop, a diversification workshop of income models at 3 p.m. for those who are registered. It is a closed workshop from 3 to 5, and from 5 to 7, we will have a friend from Puerto Rico, Alan Taveras, who has been a great help and support in Planea for our beneficiaries from the world of crafts and PTI. And he will be making a good practice workshop in commercialization and e-commerce. You must go. Everything changed. The physical locations where things used to take place, it's in the past. Everything is digital. He knows how to do it, so you should go to that workshop. And also, at 3 p.m., we have a program from IMI Chile. They will invite us to get to know and how the Chile music works as a brand, and how can we take advantage of that brand Chile music, and how to decentralize the music industry, and thinking about entrepreneurs and people related to the industry in Los Lagos region. A great workshop, high quality. And besides that, at 4 p.m., in the framework of this encounter, we will have the first meeting of Los Lagos region. Very important. We were setting the first stones on this path, and it's important for you to follow us, but it's also important for you to get involved, to be part of what's going on. And what will we have tomorrow? Tomorrow will be a wonderful day. Tomorrow is the day of creative future. Yesterday was the day of creative entrepreneurs. Today's creative territories, and that really caught my attention. The connection, and without thinking about it, we reach a lot of conclusions, very similar conclusions. Wellness, not more tourism, but better tourism. So many topics of everything that we have been discussing today with our guests. Tomorrow is a day of creative future. What do we expect for creative economies, for creative industries, and cultural as well? What do we expect from them? It starts at 9:30 a.m. with a great friend of ours, a dear friend, and Vice Minister of Creative Economies of Colombia, Felipe Buitrago, who will be the keynote speaker and who will talk about creative economies for the future. And after the panels, we will have Carlos Lara from Mexico, who is the assessor from the Constitution for Culture, which is very important here because we will have a new constitution. What's the role of culture as a fourth pillar? And Carlo was telling me a little bit about that. How does that affect and how does that benefits creative and cultural economies? And then we have Doris Sommer. Doris Sommer is from Harvard University, who has worked with artists, asking what is the role of cultural agents in social construction. We have so many things to do. And tomorrow, there will be something very important, a conversation panel about the new network of creative territories. This is something we just got started doing, innovating with other cities, other institutions. I won't be telling anything else. I will leave you hooked so that you tomorrow enter the program and check it out. And before we say goodbye, we have a party, tropical party, coming from Bahia, Salvador de Bahia, Brazil, DJ Patrick, who has done a very beautiful thing. He's really cool and has so many communities working with him. But we met him because he made social work. Amid the pandemic, April, from not so long ago, a few weeks ago, he did an open party on Fridays for the people who were locked in their houses, in their apartments. And he built a beautiful community, but overall, he did a social act of keeping people healthy. If creative economies, if our creative people, if our artists won't get involved in well-being, then I don't know what we're talking about. So I invite all of you to be in this party. There are tickets, right? Yeah, there are tickets. So everyone invited. It will be so cool. So that's the invitation for all of you, www.etcloslagos.cl. All of the information of the encounter, you'll find the program of tomorrow. Check it out. Check out the afternoon program. Look at it. If there are any workshops that you are interested in, most of those workshops are open. You can be a part of it. And pay attention to our social network posts. And now we will say goodbye. And before we wrap it up, parallel to this encounter, we have the encounter of music cluster of the network of creative cities of UNESCO, where not only Frutillar is part of that network, but also our brothers from Valparaíso. And now we say goodbye with a showcase from More Lucay, an artist from Valparaíso. Bye and thank you. See you tomorrow.
Ven Solo un año pasó y lo que incendió fue una vida entera. Del otoño al invierno todo se extinguió y ahora es primavera. Volaron las plumas en la habitación. Con ellas se han unido en otro lugar y en otra estación. Concernó la noticia, volaron más cosas de esas que no vuelan. Y aunque era esperable, se murió la flor, pero espinas quedan. Perforan y pinchan lo que sí quedó. El próximo año las pondré de manto de mi plantación. Tu experiencia me dio un secreto para que no siga repitiendo patrones de antes. La experiencia me dio un secreto para que no siga repitiendo, 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 repitiendo. Ahora que es primavera, la humedad que siento, muchos se quisieran, de nada me arrepiento y aunque salga el viento, ya nada me vuela. Me hundo en la bruma, bailo con el sol. Hoy hicimos microclima, pasamos agosto con nuestro